All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ladies' Night. Hello, Mama Rain, Jason Black. Oh, sorry, Jason Anthony. Sorry, Jason Anthony. But all right. So tonight we're gonna be covering two topics. Okay, one that came about is uh, doctors are to black women as police are to black men, and a breakdown of Men Pouring In by T.D. Jakes. All right. So how this came about is um, I, uh, I saw this link on TikTok, and I was like, okay, we was talking about that black women are more likely to die in childbirth than any other racial group, and a lot of it is, as far as we can see and concerned, doctors don't listen to black women. Doctors, nurses, mainly of um, the white persuasion, they do not listen. They have all these bias or attitudes. Are they trying to imply that we're drug addicts and we're trying to get drugs? We're we are more likely to be undermedicated, uh, get skipped for a certain required test, less likely to be tested for um, things. Let's see. Okay, wait. Here we go. Let's see. All right. Okay, so all right. So I'm kind of out of order today. All right. So me and my co-host Abana are gonna be tackling these issues. So we're gonna be talking about them and opening up the floor for discussion on these things. All right, let's cover our bases. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, surely, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching. We're going to learn something today. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. Okay. All right. So now that we got that out of the way. All right. Now this is the TikTok video that I saw that caught my attention, and it was touching on a lot of stuff that we were talking about, black women's health issues. But it's not just a black women's health issue; it's black people. But since black women are see the doctors a lot more than black men, and 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 what the doctors do or do not do could lead to our deaths. Mm. We concentrate on black women's health. We already did the men's. So here we go.
Mi novio me pidió matrimonio.
Oh no! Something just fell out of that.
Hold on a second. I ran into an issue. Didn't have this issue before. All right.
So I have a question for black people.
I saw a meme on Twitter where it said doctors are to black women what police officers are to black men. So my question for black women is this your experience? Like what is actually happening in that doctor's room? What's going on? So I have a question for black women. I saw a meme on Twitter where it said
Wow.
Okay, as I was saying, I saw this gentleman speaking about it, but he got it from a meme. But I don't think it was a meme, so I went looking for it because memes usually imply there's some kind of joke or something funny, or you can sting somebody with it. So so I went looking for it, and no, this is a serious thing. This woman a woman who did this, the so-called meme, she was coming from a very serious issue and in place. And she was not doing no memes.
Scrolling, and please help me spread the word because
Okay, because she was concerned, and a lot of women have run into this. We have practically had to become doctors and advocates and lawyers and all kind of stuff to keep ourselves alive. Um, but a lot of time, women, there's a lot of us that don't know what to do, don't know how to handle what we're dealing with, or we're surprised, or we're in shock. Um, Want to bring awareness of this, so when you come across it, you know how to deal with it. Yeah, because it could save your life. But the main thing is we try to find black doctors. And I know it's not all the time easy. There's some areas where it's easy. There's black doctors all around the corner, but there's others where it isn't. Are you in an emergency situation? You go into emergency room and you're dealing with all kind of doctors and nurses, and they're gonna see you, your skin color, and they're gonna make all kind of assumptions about you. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Excuse me.
Right. So, what this man is saying on TikTok is he want to know about what actually is going on with, or what actually happens when black women goes to the doctor's room, or what happened with a black women, because I think he don't know, but he want to know what is going. Is it that is the point? I just want to know.
He just, I think he just want to know, but also it could be because he has black women in his family, and they probably don't tell him, because sometimes it's when you go into a gynecological exam, or is dealing with the baby, when she's pregnant, she's seen the um, and he don't know what they go through, um,
But
unless you happen to. Mm-hmm.
I think if these things been happen for ways back, and we have our own women, and they go and they come back, I think we should report to our men or our women, our mothers, so that they will know what is going on or what happens in doctor's office.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah. Yeah, so make kind of communicate with each other. Women support women. This is where I think this woman is coming from, supporting women. Let them be aware. When you're in your community, talk to other women. Find out if they ever went to this doctor, what this doctor is like. I know that goes on with ours, because we all be trying to find out, if we're on the same insurance, if this doctor, and have they went to them, and what was it like for them, and stuff like that. Did they do a good job? Did they listen to you? All that stuff. Because that's what we had to do. But sometimes you're not always kind of that lucky. Or we got young women who don't know and they accepting whatever the doctor's telling them. And and they either separated from the women in their community, or they don't know how to ask these things, or they coming from it as a child going to a pediatrician, and they used to just listen to what the doctor tell them, do what the doctor tell them. They don't know about their mother advocating for them, or their mother making sure that this doctor was a good doctor and all that other stuff. So you got young women sometimes they on their own as far as looking for a doctor, being on Medicaid, being on insurance, insurance, and they accepting any kind of treatment from the doctor to get whatever they need, or they think they have to accept that what the doctor's saying, or they feel the doctor knows better than them. That's not always the case. But here we go. Here we go from the woman who I think this meme is coming from, because as far as I could tell, she's the source of all this topic. All right. Here we go.
If I've landed on your For You page, you're most likely either a Black woman or someone who cares about Black women, and the simple phrase I'm about to share could help save a Black woman's life. Doctors are to Black women what police officers are to Black men. That may seem controversial, but I believe it to be true, and I speak from personal experience. If you've seen this TikTok, you know that a 2016 study showed that 50% of medical students and residents thought that Black people couldn't feel pain the same as white people. And we learned from this video that because of a 1999 study, to this day, there's a Black correction factor for the creatinine levels in Black people's kidneys, meaning we're less likely to receive a kidney transplant if needed. So if you go to a doctor, feel you aren't getting proper treatment, or they refuse the treatment you've requested, say to them the following: I will need you to document on record that you are refusing the treatment I've requested and the reason you are refusing to do so. Stop scrolling and please help me spread the word, because if I've landed on your For You page, you're most likely either a Black woman or someone who cares about Black women, and the simple phrase I'm about to share could help save a Black woman's life. Doctors.
Wow. Yeah, I think what this woman is talking about is true. Because if you go to a doctor's place and he or she haven't given you the information, or he hasn't given you everything that you need, I think you need to request for it. Because the next day that, or the other time that you be coming, if it's a new doctor, then you have the information on your own. So you can tell them. But if we don't ask, it's going to be a problem for us.
Yeah. If we don't ask, it will be a problem for us. We take advantage of the WebMD. Sometimes you're going to be insulted because they're going to tell you that you're not in any real pain, or your pain is not so bad, or they're going to throw it off and they're going to under-medicate you. They're going to give you basically maybe Tylenol or aspirin when you need a stronger pain medication, because one, they don't believe your pain is as bad as white women pain or white people pain. Or two, they think you in there trying to get drugs. Deal with that a lot in my area, where they think you're a drug addict. Or they assume you're a drug addict. Don't matter where you are financially, where you live at, or your occupation, they will treat you the same way. They will ignore your pleas. They will even ignore your husband's plea. Let me see. Who was that TV judge? There was a TV judge. Her daughter-in-law died. She told him something was wrong, and she died unnecessarily. If they had responded like they, and even if they had did it, when they finally decided to do an MRI, they still made her wait. They already made her wait for hours when she knew something was wrong. Then by the time they wanted to do an MRI, they made her wait another few hours. It wasn't until she was dying that they decided to scramble to do something. Pulmonary embolism.
Yeah, because they don't care about you. So they don't want to know much about what is happening to you or what is going on in your system. All they know that you have come to them, and whatever they have for you, that's what they give you. They don't think about what you want, but what they have is what they provide for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have an issue with doctors listening, talking to you, and you have to check your charts. There's been some cases where the charts have been messed with. Mhm. There's been there's some cases where the charts have been messed with, or they didn't put the right information down there. Um, and you gotta go over your chart to say, wait a minute, that's not what it said my blood pressure was at. So they can kind of ignore you and they can cover their behinds if something goes wrong. Yeah. Yeah, so they can cover their behinds if something goes wrong um, with it. And it's gotten to the point that there are some in the medical facility, there's nurses that they're afraid if they end up is to be a patient in certain hospitals. Shoots. Okay, like say this. Okay, there's a nurse I'm gonna show you. She's afraid, but that's her biggest fear, that she ends up as a nurse in a certain hospital, um, because I mean she ends up as a patient in a certain hospital because how they treat their black patients, especially their black female patients. And with her, it don't matter that she's a nurse and that she would know what she's talking about. If she tells them what she believes has gone on with her, they will ignore her. Here we go.
Being a black woman in healthcare, it seems like such a double-edged sword. If I were to ever become a patient, yeah, I know what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to do it, when you're supposed to do it. I know policies, I know procedures. But what good is that knowledge if you won't listen to me? Being a black woman in healthcare, it seems like such a double-edged sword. If I were to ever become a patient, yeah, I know what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to do it, when you're supposed to do it. I know policies, I know procedures. But what good is that knowledge if you won't listen to me? Being a black
Yeah. So if she couldn't have been a nurse and she don't have the knowledge, like for instance, you'll be someone just going to a hospital without having the knowledge about healthcare or not having the knowledge about if someone is sick, how to explain it to the doctor. How can you tell if this nurse is doing good or not? You can. So all you think is that, oh, this nurse is attending to me goodly, but not knowing he's attending to you in a bad way. Because for her being a nurse, that's why she been getting the attention for that.
Okay. Yes, that's why you always, even if you're a nurse, you gotta pretty much have somebody on the outside that's also in the field advocating for you, because as I said, they're not going to listen to what you said. I think part of the reason why so many of our people go into the nursing profession, so they can protect their people from these doctors and other nurses, because I bet you every last one of them At some point, they ran into a doctor or a nurse where they dealt with situations like that where the doctor or the nurse is not listening to you, they're not taking you seriously, they playing it off like it ain't serious, or that you're making it up to get drugs. I hate to keep bringing that up, but that's the way their mindset is. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not the only ones. We had there was that doctor that died from COVID. And she's telling them what to do, telling them what they need, tests they need to run, things they need to do, what's going on, and they're not listening to her. They ignoring her, and what happened? She died.
Yes, because they see her to be a black woman. Whatever she's saying, they don't mind. They don't care. And they don't want to listen to whatever you're telling them. I think that is all.
Okay, but it's not all the. So you thinking, okay, they coming from an emergency room, there's an emergency situation, but I bet you it's coming from another doctor, it'd be different. No, it would not be any different. You can come with doctor's orders, the doctors that at that very hospital, and they'll still do the same thing. Here's one case.
I have PCOS and was placed on birth control to regulate my periods. I went to the eye doctor and they discovered that I had something called papilloedema, which is also known as an inflamed optic nerve. My doctor suspected that I had idiopathic intracranial hypertension, also known as pseudocerebi, which can cause blindness. My doctor handed me an order for a CT scan and a lumbar puncture and told me to go to the ER immediately. I got to the ER, handed the ER doctors my orders, and they rolled their eyes. To make a long story short, I got the CT scan and my CT scan came back normal. So the doctor said, since you don't have any symptoms, there's no need to do a lumbar puncture. Oh, and the symptoms of this condition is usually severe headaches. I asked the doctor in a sarcastic way what my CT scan would look like if I actually had idiopathic intracranial hypertension. And she said, oh, it will come back abnormal. But the reality is, if you have that condition, your CT scan will come back normal. And the only way that you can identify this condition is by an elevated lumbar puncture opening pressure. Here comes the gaslighting. I asked her why my optic nerve was swollen, and she said some people look that way. I asked her why no doctor saw this before, and she said every doctor is different and they might not have seen it. After all that questioning, I told her, I'm an RN and I believe in prophylaxis, actually preventing conditions. I don't like to wait until symptoms occur to actually take action. And you know what she did? Yeah. And then she said, it's not as safe to do a lumbar puncture in the ER. We actually think it's safer for you to go to interventional radiology. We're going to try to get you scheduled up there. Okay. Do you know, after I left that hospital, the medical director of the ER called me, the director of ophthalmology called me, the administration from the hospital called me and apologized for what happened? My lumbar puncture came back with an opening pressure over 40. I was diagnosed with pseudocerebi. I was taken off of my birth control. So I could have went blind if I wasn't an RN and advocated for myself. And I knew it was because I was a person of color, because my doctor's office is in a location where it's not a lot of us. And he told me that he sent patients with my condition there and they gave them a lumbar puncture. So why didn't I get a lumbar puncture? Anyways, I have PCOS and was placed on birth control to regulate.
Now you see that? If she hadn't been an RN and she hadn't advocated for herself, they wouldn't have done what her doctor sent her script for to do. And he sent previous other patients for the same thing.
Wow, this is so serious. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. So, what are some of the things that now that we're seeing or we're hearing this in the hospitals, in the healthcare, what are some of the things that we, the black people, we are doing about it?
Okay. Well, okay. So, mainly we're communicating with each other. Uh, um, we're looking up things more. We're advocating for ourselves more. We're trying to find black doctors in our in our insurance or Medicaid or Medicare medical networks. Um, and in even though sometimes it might mean going further distance, sometimes that's the way we have to do it. We question doctors not only to get answers, but to see how they respond. Because it's not about whether they sometimes whether they talk to you, but how they talking to you. If they dismiss it, if they have the because I'm your doctor, I told you so, or I know more than you do, or I know your body better than you do. Yeah, that is not the doctor for you. It's time to immediately find another doctor. If they get angry, if you questioning them, it should. There haven't been some that go so far as to kick you out as patient. You don't want to listen to me, then you can go. Take them at their word. If they being dismissive of what you're saying and how you're feeling, uh, you need to go and get you another doctor.
Right, but here is the case. What if it is emergency? You don't know, or the things happens to you and then carry you to your doctor because it's emergency. You can't ask much question. You are unconscious. So at that point, what is going to happen to you
Oh,
if you are the
okay.
doctor?
Mm. Okay, if you went to the doctor and you're unconscious, and I don't know, I don't know. You always take somebody with you when you're going to the emergency room or you're going to the doctor. For it for just that situation. A lot of this sometimes is dealing with somebody that's not your doctor. Sometimes. Are you in a hospital situation where you're dealing with multiple doctors? Um, but if you that's why you always need somebody there with you or to advocate for you. Even if they're not in the medical field, they got to speak for you.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Um, that's the only thing I can think of. Information. Be willing to speak up, ask questions, and not just your doctor. Um, um, the pharmacist, because they're going to be giving you medications that might not necessarily be good for you, or or it could have a reaction to. You could have a reaction to. But they prescribe you medicine, but they don't tell you what's it for or what's possible effects. In fact, some of the doctors don't know the medication as well as they think. They know they're supposed to be prescribing you a blood pressure medication of some sort, one or the other, but they don't know as much as the pharmacist. So you gotta, talk to pharmacists. You gotta talk to doctors. Gotta talk to nurses. Um, if you get one that's not telling you much, hey, there's such thing as WebMD. Even though some doctors be like, you're scaring yourself with all this stuff, but it gives you the questions you should be asking. You know, um,
Hmm.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes they just don't be thinking about things, because either they're biased or they've been trained on how to. Because the I guess you could say the default setting for doctors is white patient. So sometimes certain things, they don't take into account if your patient is Black. How would this look like on them, or how would it affect them? Yeah, sometimes there need to be color blindness. They're not thinking like, it could be something as simple as if somebody's oxygen level is low, or they're not breathing, white person, they might turn blue. Their lips or whatever be blue. But what if you got or the skin will start turning blue? But what if you got a dark skinned patient? What if you got a Black person who's dark skinned? You're not going to see blue when they have a lack of oxygen. Are they real low on oxygen? So what would that look like? There's certain elements, certain illnesses where you be looking for certain symptoms or a certain way the skin look, or to tell you if this is what's going on. You can't do that with a person that got melanin in their skin, especially if they got a lot of it. So they're not trained into what this symptom look like in a patient of patient of color. Oh shoot, I hate that phrase. A patient with melanin.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Even other doctors have figured this out. Like, okay, like for instance, I'm gonna pull up this doctor here, who talk about racism in medicine.
Hey friends, this is Dr.
Ooh, okay. I wanted to catch that from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, they are just now, after all these years, starting to realize certain things. Okay. Yeah.
Hey friends, this is Dr. Wes Seeley from Vanderbilt University. And I just wanted to talk a bit about racism and race in medicine and errors we've made along the way. I think this is an important topic because there are things that people have been taught, like me earlier when I didn't have gray hair, about the science of race in medicine that are all wrong. And I'm going to give you three quick examples today. One is related to lung function, two related to kidney function, and three related to the color of our skin and how we get wrong measurements when we measure oxygen levels, for example, during COVID. So first off, regarding lung function, you know, for decades, we have been adjusting people's lung function measurements in our pulmonary labs based on the color of skin. And it has no scientific basis. It's all just stemming from racist thoughts about differences between white and Black lung function. We need to get rid of those adjustments because they aren't real. Secondly, kidney function. We've done the same thing with kidney function where when we measure how well somebody's kidneys are working, we have been taught to adjust for color of skin. And we now have disproven that in science. And yet some people still use these measurements around the world, making mistakes in adjusting how people's kidneys or measuring how people's kidneys work. And the third one, most relevant to the COVID pandemic, is that the pulse oximeter, which we put on our finger to measure our oxygen levels, is affected by skin pigmentation. And we actually have a report now of over 125,000 readings of pulse oximeters showing that people with dark skin actually get an overread on what their pulse ox says. So that, for example, if they got into COVID pneumonia, came in the ER to get their oxygen levels measured, the pulse ox would read falsely high. It would overestimate their levels. So if they came in and had a level of 92, 93%, I would be lulled into thinking that they were normal when in truth, their level could be like 88%, 87, something dangerously low. So I have to know that, and you need to know that, so that if you're getting your oxygen levels measured with a pulse ox and you have dark skin, that we can use, for example, a blood draw to measure that more accurately and understand if different therapies are needed for somebody with COVID if they have dark skin and we've misrepresented what their oxygen levels are. All these things are, I think, critical issues for us to consider when we're trying to rid the world of racism, and especially the world of medicine. There's no place for it in the world of medicine. Let's all stay together on this. And thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay. Now, okay, so he's a doctor that's admitting that there's racism going in medicine, and that some of it was trained into him, and that certain tests was adjusted because of if you're black and because of the color of your skin, which created another problem with them being able to get kidney transplant, there is certain equipment that are certain things that is different because of they discovered this during COVID about the Cosox reading being off if you dark skinned, and that to get accurate tests for oxygen level for a person of color is oh shucks, I keep saying that. A person with melanin is to do a drug blood to see what their oxygen levels is. Oh, and there's even more.
Blood, and I almost needed a blood transfusion, but I didn't get one. And when I spoke to the doctor months later because I was still having pain and trouble peeing, they told me to just deal with it. Then when I got pregnant with my second child, I found out that I had a birth injury to my cervix. This is directly from the CDC.gov website. You can go to cdc.gov and look this up yourself. Black, American Indian, and Alaskan Native women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. When I had my first child, I had a cord blood collection kit that I gave to the doctor while I was in labor. And the first thing he asked me was, how can you afford this? Then after I gave birth to my son, I had to get over a dozen stitches in my vagina. And while he was stitching me up, the doctor said, I bet you won't do this to yourself again. And I lost so much blood that I almost needed a blood transfusion, but I didn't get one. And when I spoke to the doctor months later because I was still having pain and trouble peeing, they told me to just deal with it. Then when I got pregnant with my second child, I found out that I had a birth injury to my cervix that no one told me about. This is directly from the CDC.
Yeah, it's those the holier than thou attitudes sometimes, or they assume they know what's going on. Had that happened to my baby cousin, okay, she ended up being pregnant at 14. Okay, it happens, thought she was in love, loved the boy and all that other stuff. She ended up pregnant. Okay, now the way it was supposed to be when she go into labor, her mom was supposed to be called. Her mom is at the time she was, oh my goodness, she had so many certification nurses. She was a surgical nurse. She was a pediatric surgical nurse. She was a midwife. She was she just like every area nurse. Her mother was supposed to be called. But they didn't call her mother. And then on top of that, they would not give her anything for the pain. And so he forced her to go through labor with no pain, saying that she made her bed, she's just going to have to lie in it. And when her mother found out, that she was she was in labor and got to the hospital, found out the doctor refused to give her anything to pain, she told into the doctor. Not to mention the baby kind of got stuck because turns out one reasons why is her hips did not spread enough. Because she was young and she was not supposed to vaginally give birth because they knew she didn't spread enough. Her mother knew she didn't spread. The doctors knew she didn't spread enough. Mm-hmm.
So is it that they just punishing the girl or
Luckily,
what?
she was able to give birth. He got unstuck and was able.
No, I was asking, is it that the doctors or the nurses were punishing the girl or what? Or they just don't want to make her the pain goes down, or they don't want to make, or they don't want to give her anything? Because at the age of 40 years, don't know how to ask questions about labor. She haven't been there before. So she wouldn't have known anything about giving birth and stuff. To such a point, if it comes to the end of his life, she is going to end it because of what the nurses or the doctors supposed to do and they are not doing it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And my cousin could have lost her baby. She could have died and stuff like that because from the stress of the giving birth, and then because she was underage, her parent wasn't called. That's her mother was supposed to have been called, but they refused to call, didn't call, and made all kind of assumptions. But she's alive and well, and and happy. But it could have been a whole lot worse.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
yeah, like Kev 504 is saying, find a black doctor if you can.
I
Okay.
think this is the time that we have to stand for it, and we have to fight against those things which is going on in the healthcare center and stuff about black people.
Hey, Abby. Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Hey, you guys mind if I say something?
Go ahead.
It's on topic.
We
Okay.
we're talking
Uh-huh.
about doctors not listening.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, the title really caught me and it really hit home with me, you know. Doctors are to black women like the police are to black men. And I blame black men for that because in the medical industry, the race that's represented the most that I've seen are Hindu Indians, especially males. Hold on a second.
Okay. All right.
I think Black Knight haven't end his topic, but I think what he's going to say, I'm going to agree with him by blaming the black men for that because they have to stand as a man in everything, but they are not doing it. So it's kind of like they have given a chance to other people to rule us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. They take an opportunity to hurt us, to wound us, just like uh, the police do have an opportunity to go at black men.
Yeah.
They catch you in a situation.
It's like you just open your door for everybody to enter into your house without you locking it. A lot of people is going to be in your house, which you don't know them. But if you lock your door, those people have to ask you a permission before they enter into your house. Because we have opened our arms or we have let our door be open and everybody be entering and they might treat us like we are nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Why pay them to hurt you?
Hold on one second, y'all. Give me about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, okay. There you go. All right. So sorry about that, y'all. Let me Okay, so as I was saying, yes, it's like you're paying them to hurt you, and they will take the opportunity to play on your ignorance, ignorance of medicine, ignorance of medical procedure, just like the cops will take on you and would take your ignorance on the law, and will ignore what you're ignore your but throw away your life.
Right.
Yeah, because they know what's better, or they felt you being disrespectful, or you're not respecting their authority. Okay, but just like we have there's few choices that we could deal with the police. Do have more choices that and options than we in the medical, and we gotta take the opportunity, and we gotta help each other out. We're gonna have to support each other, talk with each other, network, call out when we find doctors, nurses, facilities that do ignorant stuff, or dismiss us, or ignore our pains and stuff like that. We don't want to wait till we're at death doors. Death doors
Yeah.
and killed us.
Okay, I'm back. Wait a minute. Shit.
Okay, all right. Let me play this video real quick, and give us time to fair use on it. Thing is called "Why Doctors Don't Listen to Black Women." Here we go.
She's just like, oh, it's just muscle strain. Muscle strain. I played basketball most of my life. I know what a muscle strain feels like, and this is not it.
In 2013, I decided to go ahead and get birth control that was implanted into my arm. At the time, I didn't think anything of it, but there were a lot of complications. And 7 months later, I ended up taking out that implant. The problem was that I also found this lump in my stomach. So I called my OBGYN and I made an appointment. They decided to give me an ultrasound. I got the ultrasound results back. And when I went in, I found out that I had 4 large fibroids, one being as large as 5.8 centimeters. I asked them what I should do, and they just told me, we'll monitor them and wait. And at a certain point, I looked pregnant.
In 2017, I was 26 years old, and I started having these symptoms. I was getting cramps, like if you're on your menstrual cycle, but I wasn't having a period. And this went on for about a month and a half. I went to a doctor and I'm like, I'm concerned something's wrong. And they're just like, oh, you're just probably pregnant. We're going to take another pregnancy test. And I was like, I've taken about 3 pregnancy tests already. And also, we're going to test you for STDs. Okay, I get the results later that, of course, everything's negative, right? And I'm just telling everyone that I'm so upset. No one is listening to me.
The last 3 weeks of my pregnancy, I had high blood pressure. I was told that I might have to go into labor early if high blood pressure continued. I went to my 39-week appointment and my blood pressure was high. I was met with my midwife's partner who was on call that day. I asked if I had to be induced. She said that if I chose not to be induced, I would have to sign paperwork saying that I refused treatment. I decided that I would be induced. My wife was not able to come with me at first, and I was very afraid. Luckily, we weren't separated for long, and she was able to come to the room with me once I got settled.
I was rushed to an urgent care by a coworker because the pain was just excruciating. So I went in and I said, I have this pain and I'm crying, and I can usually take a decent amount of pain, but I'm crying. She's just like, oh, it's just muscle strain. Muscle strain. I played basketball most of my life. I know what a muscle strain feels like, and this is not it. And during this time, I was getting bruises on my body very often. Every day was a new bruise. So I show her and I said, I'm getting these like red rashes on me and then this bruise. And she's like, oh, that's nothing. That has nothing to do with this. Those were the exact words. That has nothing to do with this. And at this point, I'm livid because you don't care about me.
The first step of the induction was to give me a medication that I had to take that would help me dilate. Early the next morning, my doula arrived and helped me work through my contractions with the strategies we had been practicing. The midwife came into the room early that morning. One of the first things she said to me after I told her that I was contracting was, well, of course you're contracting and of course you're in pain because you're having a natural birth. You said you wanted to have a natural birth and natural births hurt. In that moment, I felt some type of way because I felt that she had this negative tone and I wasn't quite sure what it was about. So I just let it be and continued to work through my contractions.
So the doctors told me about my diagnosis for fibroids. They said that they would monitor them yearly. And every year I had to remind my doctors that it was time to get an ultrasound and check the measurements of the fibroids. And I asked them again, hey, is this affecting my fertility? Is this affecting my health? Oh no, you're fine. Do you have an irregular period? No. Do you have any pain? No. I wake up one morning and I realize there's more than one large lump on my stomach. There's 2 now. And they checked my stomach again. Wow, they're really large. That seemed to be a continuous statement that every doctor that I went to see would say. On the 5th year, I went to a different doctor, and that doctor decided to give me a pamphlet. He never did a single exam. He never touched my abdomen. He never did a pap. He told me to come back to him after having a couple miscarriages.
Okay. So far, these are some of the things you're hearing, that they're playing it off. You got to constantly remind your doctor that you're supposed to be having an annual exam or a test or stuff like that. Usually it's the other way around. If you got to remind your doctor, that means they're not putting it in your chart. If they're not putting it in your chart, they are not taking it seriously.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes, and they paid no mind to the other woman's fibroids. Okay, to the woman's fibroids. Usually, you deal with ones that's quick to advocate. Oh, you're gonna have to have a hysterectomy. You know, whether you wanted to have children or not, or you have children or not. I think that's why sometimes there's some laws that they have to ask. If you don't have any children, or you just have one, before they could give you a hysterectomy.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to jump in if you didn't mind.
Okay.
Like I was saying earlier, the title really hits home with me because it's something that I blame Black men for. You know, being in the military, going to different medical facilities throughout the world, especially in America, there's a large representation of Hindu Indians in the medical industry in this country. I'm talking about a ridiculous amount of them. And the males outnumber the women. Okay? There is a gang of male Hindu Indian doctors. I don't care what hospital you go to. It don't matter what hospital you go to in this country, there is a gang of them. This is why you don't see Hindu women, right, in hospital. I understand technically Indian is Asian. I get all of that. But for name's sake, we're just going to say Hindu, right? Why you don't think you see Hindu men and Hindu women in the damn hospital? Because they represent the hell out of each other in the medical industry. They take care of each other. Other races of men make it their business to get involved with things that affect their families, except for Black men. Now you look at the Black woman going through hell in the medical industry and how she's treated. Where is her contingent of Black male doctors to protect her, to look after her well-being? There are hardly none. Black women outnumber Black men in the medical industry, in every facet of the medical industry. There's hardly no Black men to speak of in the medical industry. And this is hurting Black women. Of course, Black women are representing themselves well in the medical industry, but they need help. They need help from their men. Everybody else has help from their men, except for Black women. You don't see Asian women in the hospital like that. You don't see Asian men in the hospital like that because they represent themselves well in the medical industry. Black people do not represent themselves well in the medical industry. It is a lopsided affair. Where are the men? We need to get more brothers in medical school. We need to get more brothers in the nursing. Where are the men? We need to be there to protect the health and well-being of our women, because these are the women that give birth to our children. These are the women that gave birth to you. We need to protect the well-being and the health of our women. There's not enough of us in the medical industry to do that. I think the biggest representation in the medical industry are Hindu Indians. Hindu women got it made. Their husbands, their men are all doctors. And I mean, there are doctors everywhere. They got practices all over the goddamn moon. They're everywhere. Same thing with Asians. And backing up the rears would be whites. And you got a whole bunch of other people, other foreign cultures in there before we even get to black. And when you get to black, you're talking black women. The black men are way down yonder. Somewhere. In some small little group. Probably no bigger than SYSBM. I blame this on black men because there's not a strong enough representation of black men in the medical industry to protect our women, to look after the health and well-being of our women, of our children who are coming into this world, especially our pregnant women. Not enough male black doctors in the medical industry, and the black woman is suffering because of it. These Hindus are killing about black women. These whites are killing about black women. These Asians are killing about black women. We have to care about our people. As black men, we have to start getting into the industry and even out those numbers and start coming to the aid of our women. It's up to us to care about our women and protect our women. No other race of man is going to care about your woman and protect your woman. That's your job. You can't expect another race of men to do what you are supposed to be doing. Back in the day, if a woman had trouble, the first thing somebody would say, where's her husband? And why would they say that? Because he's responsible for her well-being. He's supposed to be her protector, her provider. He's supposed to be her everything. That's what her father gave her away for this man to be her everything, to protect and provide for her and take care of her. If a black woman was in trouble, the first thing somebody would say is, where is her husband? The black woman is in trouble in the medical industry. Where are the black male doctors? They're nowhere to be found. Sure, I'm not saying that we don't have black male doctors. We most certainly do. But we don't have nowhere near the numbers that we need. It's a joke at this point. First of all, you got to overtake the black woman in the industry first. And she dominates, and she damn near dominates nursing. I give it to the black woman, okay? In the medical industry, where she's up against just about everybody who is non-black. She has managed to just about dominate nursing. She ain't dominating the doctor field, but she damn near dominate nursing. Okay? So they're trying to do something to help themselves. We have to help them too. We need more male black doctors. I yield the mic.
Yes, we do need more.
Exactly, highly favored, right? Chinese and Jewish people, right? They all have their own clinics. Where are the black clinics?
I think there's only one that I know of.
Listen, because we don't help our own, that's why they can put a Planned Parenthood in our community and do what they want to do to our children. Because we're not interested in protecting our own. We're not interested in looking after the well-being of our own women and children. That's why these foreigners are coming to our community, put up these clinics, feed us drugs, and do whatever they want to do to us because we're not interested in taking care of our own people. You couldn't do that to a community who cared about each other. You couldn't. You could not go into the middle of a community of people who cared about each other and set up nothing that they didn't approve of. I bullshit you not. You think the Chinese community gonna let you come set up a black clinic? Absolutely not. You think a Jewish community goes, you come in their community and set up a black clinic? No. Well, how is it that they could do it in our community? Because we don't care about each other. And the men aren't doing what they're supposed to do. The men aren't being proper leaders.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the men to lead everyone in our society, in black society. The men aren't doing the job as leaders. The men aren't taking control of anything. They aren't setting any precedents in the community. You keep talking about you want submission, you're talking about you want all this stuff, but you're unwilling to do the work that it takes to achieve all of these things. You don't care nothing about your women. You don't care nothing about your children. You're not trying to get into the medical field to protect your women and children. That's why you're weak and you're failing, because you won't protect your women and children. Protection is a big umbrella. It don't just mean that you beat somebody up with your fist. It also means that you are there in their time of needs. Right now, the black woman is having an issue with the medical industry. They're treating her like like an animal. It's up to you to come to the rescue in the form of a male doctor. That is protection. Okay? And you're not doing that. And that's where we're losing. That's why we're failing. That's why we're falling further and further behind. That's why we're in a losing position. That's why we're last in the race. Everybody else seems to get it but us. I yield the mic.
Yeah. Okay. That's one thing had to do. Highly favored said I had to continue changing doctors until I got a black male doctor. He cares and treats me with respect.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's why it's so important for the male doctors to represent themselves in the medical industry. See how Highly Favored feels about that doctor? See how he feels about her? Now she feels good that her health care is in good hands. She ain't got to worry about nobody sideswiping her, or slipping her bad, medication, or not giving a damn about her pain. Because he cares. He's a black man, and he's supposed to care. Look, don't listen to these idiots. A black man is supposed to care about his people. Why? He is the leader of his people. He is supposed to care about his women. He is supposed to care about his children. He is supposed to care about his society. He is supposed to care about his village. He's supposed to care about his neighborhood. He's supposed to care.
Yeah. Well, this is some interesting fact. At one point, there was 500 black hospitals in the United States at the height of segregation, 18 in Detroit alone. There's only one now, and that's Howard University Medical Center.
Well, what does that tell you? They worked hard to erase the black man out of the medical industry. You know why? Because he is the protector of the black man. Everybody knows this but black men. Everybody knows that he's a natural protector. So they work hard to erase you so she doesn't have any protection. You have to fight against that and force your way into the medical industry and then put them on blast and put them on notice. No, you will not sit up here and do these horrible things to my women and my children. I'm here now. I will not let you get away with the medical maltreatment of black women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And check this out. Look at the things Highly Favored is saying. Damn, Highly Favored, long time no see. Right? She said, her Asian therapist was a racist. How many black women are facing that? Not just an Asian therapist. Damn, just about anybody that's non-black in the industry that's racist against them, especially white women.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all saw that video of that black woman who was dying of COVID, and all of them white nurses were laughing at her and making fun of her. And that black woman was sitting there dying on her last breath. Remember that video, Dane?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you have that? Can you get that?
Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, see if you can get that. See if you can get that. I want to use that as a teaching tool. And that black woman who was dying of COVID was a doctor. She was a black doctor. This is the viciousness that black women face in the medical industry. There are hardly no black men to speak of in the medical industry. Hardly no male black doctors to speak of to protect the black women. That has got to change. You cannot leave the health and the faith of your women in the hands of these foreigners. They don't care about your women. They don't care if your women live or die. They don't care if your children live or die. You are supposed to care about that. That is your responsibility. And your responsibility alone. Abby, you want to say something?
I just want to agree with you because what you're saying is true. Even though there is a racism or everything going on, I think when we black men stand up and they fight for the industry, or they be in the health industry more than the white or the other people, I think black women will be saved from that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here she is, y'all. This black woman is dying of COVID. And I want you to listen to what's going on around her. These are all white nurses. Play it, Dane.
Yeah, this is Dr. Susan Moore. And they still refuse to give her the doctor title.
This is the second worst day here at IU North.
Fair use.
Yesterday, a Dr. Bannock, Bannec, wanted to send me home. You know, at that time, I'd only received 2 treatments of the remdesivir. He said, you don't need it. You're not even short of breath. I said, yes, I am. Then he went on to say, you don't qualify. I must have, because I've gotten 2 treatments.
Okay, stop.
Then.
And you see what I'm talking about? There's no black men there to protect her. That doctor is telling her what she don't need. And she's a doctor herself. She knows what she needs. He's telling her she don't need it. He won't give her the help that she needs. See, this is what our women are facing in real time in the medical industry every day. And there are no black men. Let me explain something to you. Don't tell me that black women ain't there, because every time I've been in a medical facility, right, somehow black women have found their way to me and have always taken care of me. Whatever medical facility I've gone to, I was surrounded by black women, especially in nursing. Okay? So we need to return the favor. You guys got to stop sitting on YouTube, running your mouth about pump and dump, and start getting into these colleges and studying this medical stuff and start becoming doctors. We need a large contingent of black male doctors to protect the overall well-being of our people. Who are our people? Our women and children. Play it.
Yeah, or at least put your money together to send a black man through college if it's too late for you yourself.
He further stated, you should just go home right now. And I don't feel comfortable giving you any more narcotics. I was in so much pain from my neck. My neck hurt so bad. I was crushed. He made me feel like I was a drug addict. And he knew I was a physician. I don't take narcotics. I was hurting. So spoke to patient advocate who left me wanting. There's not much I can do. So I started asking, send me to another hospital where they can treat me. And if they're not going to treat me here properly, send me to another hospital. Well, next thing I know, I'm getting a stat CT of my neck with and without contrast. The CT went down a little bit into my lungs, and you could see new pulmonary infiltrates, new lymphadenopathy all throughout my neck. And all of a sudden, yes, we'll treat your pain. You have to show proof that you have something wrong with you in order for you to get the medicine. I put forward and I maintain, if I was white, I wouldn't have to go through that. And that man never came back and apologized. This Dr. Banny guy. And then today now, supposed to be getting the narcotics, right? They came in 9 o'clock. I've been in pain since 7. And when they came in, very, very sympathetic. Yeah, we will get you pain medicine. I don't want to give you IV narcotics. How about PO? Fine. I just want my pain to end. So then he says, well, what pain medicine? I said, I don't know. I don't take them on a regular basis. I don't even write for them. All I know is that I'm in intense pain and morphine worked. Okay, well, we'll give you Percocet. Okay. I don't know nothing about it. I don't think I've ever had it. It was another 2.5 hours before I got the pain medicine. The nurse came in. The first thing I said to that nurse was, why did I have to wait for so long? The nurse snapped back. Well, you're not my only patient. I have 5 other patients, you know. I said, I have been in pain since 7 a.m., you know. Well, I can't be in here every 5 minutes. I said, no, you were in here once in 4 hours. What? I was in here an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. That was once since your shift started at 7. Well, I had other people and I had to take the shift change. We had to give report. I'm a patient. Are you going to take care of me or not? And he went in. Now, that is not how you treat patients. Period. So I don't trust this hospital, and I'm asking to be transferred. These people wanted to send me home with new pulmonary infiltrates and all kind of lymphadenopathy in my neck. The other thing that white Dr. Bannock said was that if I stayed, that he would send me home Saturday at 10 p.m. in the dark. Who does that? On a week, who does that? And that nurse was telling me, oh, I was marching in Black Lives Matter. I told him, no, I don't believe none of that. Not one bit, not one iota. He wouldn't even know how to march. Probably can't even spell it. This is how Black people get killed. When you send them home and they don't know how to fight for themselves. I had to talk to somebody, maybe the media, somebody, to let people know how I'm being treated up in this place. And he gladly told me, I know you're a doctor. But he didn't want the Black doctor to have no medicine, nothing. And then had the nerve to say it's because of him, the nurse, that I got the medicine. Really? Because of you? No. How about it's because I had that stat CT in my neck where it showed all of that lymphadenopathy and infiltrates? Yeah, you didn't know about that? You didn't get that in report? That's what I said. To being Black up in here, this is what happens.
Yes. And they still won't even give her title doctor. When it was going the news about it, they were referring to her by just her name and not her title, Dr. Susan Moore.
This sad and this bad evilness, because even though if you don't give her the title, you have to take care of her. She is a patient and she need help, because when she survive, she gonna take care of Black people, so they don't need her. Oh no, this is bad and it's very sad.
Mm-hmm. So it don't matter if you're a doctor. It doesn't matter if you're a nurse. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. All they see is that you're Black, and that nothing you say is to be believed. Mm-hmm. They don't care if it puts your life in danger, or your children's lives in danger. They prefer to do the Lazenby and do the bias. Oh, she can't be in that much pain. Black folks don't feel pain like us white folks do. In the meantime, the pain is so bad, it's causing a heart attack arrest. Black women are strong. They don't need to get checked for postpartum depression. Or the pain is just she went through labor. That's just residue pain. She don't need nothing for pain. She don't need to be checked for blood clots, even though it's in there that Black women have died more from a blood clot after birth than any other ethnic group. Oh no. She just wants attention. She just wants pain medication. She's just trying to stay longer than she needs to in the hospital. Yeah. Or it's just muscle pain. It's just this and that. So Black women either have to talk with other Black women, have to support each other. If you're in an environment where you can't, there isn't a lot of Black doctors. You have to talk to each other to find out, oh, hey, have you ever heard of this doctor? Have you ever been to this doctor? Or nobody that been to that doctor? That's the conversation that's going on with medical. Or we got the same insurance. What doctor you going to for this or that? Who's your gynecologist? Who's your heart doctor? Who's whatever doctor you name? That's the conversation that's going on, because or I don't like this doctor because he did this and that, or she did this and that, or I like the doctor, but I can't stand his nursing staff. They got all kind of attitudes and ish. Sometimes doctors are turned away not because of the doctors have the issue. It's the nursing they have on their staff. Oh yeah. Highly favored. We don't get hired in Tylenol 3 for pain, but there's homeless white people. They get what they need. Oh yeah. They drummed it into our heads so much that we actually will not take any strong pain medicine because we're afraid to be addicted or to be treated like we addicts.
Okay, then you see Super Chat turned on down there, right? It's turned on. I was just down there. It's turned on.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Turned on.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it now.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah. So
I see that this is not a topic that a lot of people care about, and that's a shame. There should be a lot of Black men in here, a lot of Black men. I can't, but why am I the only Black man in here? I can't be the only Black man that care about Black women. I mean, is that what it is? I'm the only Black man walking around here who actually care about Black women?
That's what it seemed to appear to be like. But then again,
But
they
you
don't
know,
care about their women.
if we was talking smut about somebody, if we was talking crazy about somebody, there'd be a bunch of people in here. But we chose to talk about something that we thought was worthwhile and very important to us and very near and dear to our hearts was the health of our Black women, because their health affects all of us. Their health affects the baby. It affects all of us. Their health should be important to us. I can't get anybody in here to watch. You believe that? Now we want to sit up here and start talking about and get into fights and stuff like that, like we did earlier. We'll get a bunch of people in here. You gonna tell me we can't get more people in here that care about Black women's health? Come on, man. I can't be the only Black man that care about Black women's health. Maybe I should reach out to K to the Arch degree. I know he cares. Go ahead, ladies.
Yeah.
It should be
But
a ton of that. Hold on. It should be a ton. Black men, this is where you get the brownie points at. Okay? This is where you can change the mind of a Black woman about you. Come in here and give a damn about who she is. Give a damn about her health. This is your time to shine. I don't see you guys stepping up, man. Okay, well, the numbers are starting to climb a little bit. I appreciate it. I hope that's men, black men. That should be black men coming in here talking about you damn right. Our black women need better health care. What is it that we need to do about it?
Mhm.
You guys agree with what I said earlier? Abby?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who is that?
Somebody called Hackman.
Hackman?
Yeah.
All right, be careful.
Okay.
Keep your thumb on the trigger.
Oh, he jumped off. I think
Okay.
it's he. They jumped off. Well, I'm hoping he was coming up there to say that yes, he's there for black women.
Yeah. You know, you sitting up here talking about something. You want to go to foreign women. Matter of fact, let's. Okay, I don't want to get. I just wanted to break that video down one more time. But yeah, I'll wait for y'all to finish this topic because it doesn't look like it's moving the needle. They don't seem to care about.
Mhm. I was about to wrap this up anyhow to go on to the next topic, but yeah. But if they not caring about their own health, how are they gonna care about ours? I know there are black men out there who do care about black women's health. In fact, quite a few men have saved their wives' lives because their interest in her health. They paid attention to their woman, their wives, and they saw things and felt things, and insist that she go to the doctor, just like she would insist he go to the doctor if it was for him. At least one black man I spoke to and stuff like that, when his wife was telling, and she said he saved her life, you know, and he said, "Oh no, I love this woman. I am not losing her for any reason." Wait a minute, who's this red person? Oh, okay. I see. Red is up into porn, so he is banned from this panel. Okay, so
Good job.
all right.
Way
So
to
yeah,
catch him, Dane. Get him, Dane. Smoke him, Dane.
yeah. So yeah, that's another thing. That's another way they're not protecting black women and not protecting her health. The guy that I initially put on there that had that question, he did not know that black women were going through this. I don't know if he had a woman or not, but if you have a woman, how you not know? Why are you not?
Some of you guys.
Some questions about what she going through.
Some of you guys will never get it, right? Some of us will never get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Women and children, your women and children are everything. Without them, you're nothing. Now you can turn turncoat and go run after foreign women all you want, but you're gonna end up faltering there too. Because that's only gonna happen but for so long. And then what's gonna happen too, you're gonna develop a bad reputation with them too. Let me tell you something. In these other countries, they don't have laws to protect you over there like they do over here. Mm-hmm. Ain't no such thing in any of these countries as discrimination laws. Ain't none of that happening. Let me explain something to you. America is a utopia compared to the rest of the world. Once you step outside this country, you are truly on your own. And you are truly in the real world. And these other countries, they don't play any games, bro. I've been to other countries. They don't play with the law. They don't play with no games. You commit a crime in another country, they on your ass immediately. Okay? There are some countries you can't even call the police. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You are privileged in this country. You got a healthcare system that has a charity, safety net to make sure that even if you don't have any insurance or money, you will get taken care of. Do you know that there are other countries that don't have that? Do you know that there are other countries When you show up, and Abby knows what I'm talking about. When you show up, if you ain't got the money, it's over for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You ain't got the money, it's over for you.
I think because I think they never been to that situation, so
no,
they always tell them, okay, I'm going to different country, I'm going to different state. That is wrong. Have you asked about the country that you're going? No.
Right. And then you have to understand something. Think of it as Star Trek, right? There was an episode of Star Trek. I'm talking about the one with Captain Picard on it, okay? And Commander Riker. There's an episode when that dude Q was on board, right? And Q was trying to tell them that they haven't seen nothing in space yet. Okay? It was the first time they met the Borg. Okay? And Q got into it with him and said, listen, I'll show you what's up. And he sent them into deep space where the Borg was. And the Borg got after that ass, right? That's the way the rest of the world. And then once the Borg got after that ass and killed a few of them, right? He told them, he said, oh, what's the matter? You can't take a bloody nose, Captain? This is what it's really like out here. See, that's the position we're in right now. This country protects us from a lot of things in the rest of the world. You are pampered in this country, I'm telling you. Once you leave this country, go outside this country, you're going to meet the Borg. Ain't nobody gonna play with you. If you demand certain services in other countries that you have over here, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy. The real world is outside of this country. Okay? Where people are starving and people fighting for their freedom, people are being silenced, you can't speak out. How about, check this out, at least in this country, you can protest. You can protest, you can get in the street and protest, right? How about other countries, if you say something, the government will have you killed? That's the kind of real fear that people live under outside of this country. Where your voice is being silenced by force. By force. And ain't nothing you can do about it. We don't know how good we got it until we leave this country. I found that out when I was in the military. When I went to different countries, man, I'm gonna tell you something. It's like night and day. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. And I'm gonna tell you something else. If you're not under the protection of a corporate banner or the military, it's going to be hard for you to go to these countries on your own. I'm telling you that right now. If you ain't got the military backing you, or you're not there under some corporate umbrella, man, I don't know what you gonna do. It ain't what you think it is. You ain't just gonna stroll over there and float your behind over there and make a life for yourself. It don't work that way. And the women understand something. Women who are from other countries are not like the American women. They are different. They was not raised under a privileged roof like a lot of American, black women. They was not raised in a country where the country got laws to protect them. No matter how sleazy it may be at times, but there are still laws, right, to protect them. A lot of black women, outside of this country did not grow up in a country to where they had a medical industry that protect their rights to get taken care of by a hospital. I didn't have that. Okay? And so this is what you grow up with, and you've gotten used to it, and you've gotten pompous. And so you think you can take your little pompous utopian ass outside this country and think other countries are with it. Nah. This is probably the only country like this. And there are similar countries, something like Singapore is something like this, but not completely like this. You may have Hawaii, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, somewhat like this. But make no mistake, this is the only country like this. You're not getting this anywhere else. There are so many opportunities over here. It's ridiculous. And yes, we face racism. We face some stupid shit. You understand what I'm saying? But you have no idea what's outside of this country. You think the shit over here is bad? How about guns in your face every goddamn day? How about a militia going around murdering people because of your ideologies? You ain't even safe for your own house, man. Some rogue militia gonna run up in here and kill you and everybody else in the house. Or better yet, take you out of your house, march you down the street, find some bushes and blow everybody away. Simply because one of you said that you like this person versus that person. The real world is rough. Okay? It's not sugar-coated like here in America. America is a sugar-coated topping compared to what's really going on out here in the world. Would you agree, Abby?
Yes, I agree with Black Knight.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have to go around the world and see for themselves. And they also think that because they think, okay, we can take money to this world or to these countries, it's not easy. That is not right. Your money is nothing in other country. You can have it there, but you are not going to be ruled or you are not going to take control like you have the opportunity in America. Never.
Yeah. Yeah. So we don't think. I don't be thinking they be serious about these passport things. Are they listening to guys who went over to these countries when they were in the military? They ain't gone there as a regular citizen. That takes a whole nother demeanor. In fact, some of these countries they want to go to had a travel advisory for years. The travel advisory for black folks. They don't recommend that they go there because they'll be in danger. But hey, y'all want to go? These people are lying. We exaggeration. We trying to keep you from going. Oh, we stop that. We encourage you to go. Yes, go get you um a prostitute of that particular country and make her your woman and your wife and stuff like that. Or oh, you want to go and live in their community? Oh yeah, go. Let's see how long you last there. You know, yeah. When she's getting on top of you about your money. Oh wait a minute, you gonna bring her to America, cause she gonna appreciate all the stuff you could give her while you're in America. And she'll be gaming you as soon as she becomes a citizen. You're going to be divorced. You're going to find out that she was married all along, or her so-called brother is actually her fiance, and she's bringing him and her family over. And then you're going to pay for it because she's going to take half your money because, of course, you don't want her to work outside the home or anything. So she don't have no experience, and trust me, when she get her citizenship, she's gonna find out that she can get alimony. Y'all forgot about alimony because y'all scream and holler about child support because y'all didn't have to have alimony because the women work. But hey, you take a woman from another country, she can go and cry. It's like, I come from a poor, disadvantaged country. I don't know how to live in this country, and I got accustomed to a certain way of living, and I need help until I get up on my feet. Too.
They don't know all this, and they haven't noticed that, and they don't want to learn something from what you're talking about. Or they think, oh, I don't care about whatever people say. I don't care, I will go. That's when they started going and they'll be there facing problems.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Many black men, black women tried to warn y'all dudes and stuff like that. Try to give y'all a lesson on what to expect. Yeah. Black Knight. Once you part of that group, was trying to tell them what it's really like in these countries they plan on going, and that you got to be careful and you better stay in the tourist area because you go outside the tourist area, you're a goner. Hmm. I remember men trying to warn these guys about that. Oh, they ignored the fact that in the DR that people, black folks were being killed left and right. Uh, in some of these countries, black men have disappeared, and all they found was a body. Hmm. Okay, well, that's enough about the CISPEN, the passport crew. The I'm going to go non. I'm going non-black. Give me non-black or give me death. Okay, all right. So we're gonna move on to our next topic. Okay, I know y'all been seen all over YouTube, Instagram, I guess Twitter. I don't know. I only went as far as YouTube, where um red pillars, manosphere are high-fiving themselves and each other because supposedly TD Jakes, hello Indiana mom, TD Jakes has said that we're raising masculine women. Are we raising women to be masculine? Not masculine women to be masculine. And I think it was taken out of context. And just for those who don't know, I'm going to play the snippet that's going around. And then we're going to back up to the whole sermon because, hey, they taking that sucker out of context and putting their own spin on it. And for black women who are getting upset by what he's saying, I don't think y'all heard the whole sermon. But here we go. I'm gonna start off with this little snippet that's going around. Okay. Oh, by the way, fair use.
This breaks all sociological orders of the culture we're living in now. Because we are raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, nasty, mean, aggressive, hateful, possessive you are, and you're climbing the corporate ladder, but we are losing our families. I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning.
Wow.
Okay. Now, I think that was taken out of context. Because he says even more about that. And I saw it because there's the a little bit from the beginning, a whole bunch from the beginning, and a whole bunch after that was missed. I was taken out of context. He was getting on black men because he was talking to black men. Father's Day, he touched on a whole bunch of topics, but in that particular point, he was talking to black men that we are raising women to be masculine. And I also thought it was a little weird that black men was high-fiving him because the way he described as masculine in women is he's saying that these are what black men are portraying, that they're being hateful, mean, jealous and all that other stuff, for those traits to be seen as masculine or women becoming men. Yeah, he said women becoming men. So he's saying that these are the traits that men possess and stuff like that. And he goes into climbing up the corporate ladder. There are so few black women in corporate, it's ridiculous. They're about 1% or less. And stuff like
Right,
that.
right. But here's the case for me. What TDJ said, I'm going to be disagree with him, even though he is a pastor. He's getting on the mind, but how he said it, people that who haven't things or who don't know my thinking, he's just saying that to make the women be annoyed or make some women feel bad. How can you say that? If you said we're raising women to be masculine or to be like a man, fine. We are not raising women to be like a man. So are we going to ask ourselves a question that did the men also been raised to be like a woman? No. So for me, I don't think he should say that. He is a man of God. You have to know how you use the word or you use it to make other people understand.
Yeah, exactly. He should have said both sides at that point. Because if we're raising women to masculine, does that mean we're raising boys to be to be men, that we're raising boys to be men? I mean women, raising boys to be women, because if the way we're raising them is creating a woman being a man, then how is it not the same for that we're raising men to be women?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. If a woman and children are not being taken care of, we're not supposed to step up to do it. Yes, yeah, you're right. They missed up. People forget there's a cause and effect. And Yvette, I don't know who are we, black folks, black men, or black women from the clip. I thought I was addressing black women because he mentioned black women in corporate. Didn't the black woman say we don't need black men? Okay. Now, I don't think we said they don't need black men. I've heard them say they don't need a particular black man because he's not being there for her, not being a help, he's not being a partner. Or I've heard said that and it's taken out of context. A black woman said, I don't need a man for the car, the money. I need him for me and stuff like that. She don't need him for what he could get for her. She just needs him to be there. And he's going to touch on that too. So that's another reason why I said I don't think a lot of people saw the full thing. Those that saw the full thing, they wouldn't be high-fiving like it seemed to be the Manosphere red pillars and all that stuff, and they're trying to claim he's being red pill now and stuff like that, or he's agreeing with, or he's talking about modern women. No. This was done Father's Day, this past Father's Day, and he was addressing the men and fathers, and he touched a little bit on everything. So I think we should get on it and listen to what he said and break down what he is saying. Okay, y'all ready?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Now, He's talking about his topic. His sermon was called "Real Men Pour In." All right, here we go.
Can we now? What video is this one, Dane?
This is TD Jakes, his whole sermon. From
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it play for a long time, okay? We gotta,
yeah,
clip it up, okay?
Okay, yeah, all right, I'm gonna clip it up. Okay.
Wait a minute, did you do your FBI thing?
Yes, but I could do it again if you make you feel better.
Yeah. Do that just to make sure, so we can say fair use, because we just got monetized. We don't want no problems.
All right. Okay, here we go. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, we're going to be commenting, news reporting, only for those who don't know, which seems to be a lot of y'all, teaching. We're going to learn something new today, which goes back to the news report. Y'all going to learn something new. Y'all been watching the whole thing. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. Sorry about that, y'all. But I couldn't seem to help myself. Okay. All right. Let me put the link in the chat again in case somebody wants to come up. I was accidentally putting the wrong thing in there. Okay. Here we go. All right. Let me make sure. Okay. Everything is in order. All right. Here we go.
We're going to the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 9 through 17. And I'm going to share a word of the Lord with you. My message this morning is real men pour in. Real men pour in. It's going to be rough this morning, bro. Yeah. Real men are not a deficit. Real men are an asset. They pour in. We're going to have a good time. Jesus is teaching, and he's talking to his disciples about his Father. He's having a Father's Day moment with his sons. He says, as the Father have loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. Listen to that. Don't go to nothing else. As the Father have loved me, in the same proportion. So means in the same proportion. So have I loved you. If he loved me little, I loved you little. If he loved me lots, I loved you lots. As the Father have loved me, I reduplicated that in my life. What was modeled in front of me, I repeated. So all I did was communicate to you as he has communicated unto me. Later in Galatians, you will hear Paul talking to you about communicating with those who teach you in all good things. And he's talking about giving to people who teach you, because you cannot give what was not poured into you. As the Father have loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. Next verse. If ye keep my commandments, ye shall abide in my love. So there's a discipline component in it. It's not just emotion. It's not just love. It's not just feeling. There's a discipline component to it. You can't just turn the kids over to her. Because she's a gifted nurturer, and she will nurture things that she later regrets. That's why there are two of you. And that's why you have to be released to play your role, and she plays her role, and together we balance the home. I got rules, she's got nurturing. And single mothers have to have both. And you got to balance it, and it's hard. Even as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love, he said, I'm abiding in his love because I obeyed. You can't expect God to bless you if you won't obey. If ye keep my commandments, Jesus said, as it is with me and my Father, so it is with me and you. If you keep my commandments, you shall abide in my love, even as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. Come on. These things have I spoken unto you, that my joy might remain in you, that when I look at you, I'm glad. And that your joy might be full. Those are two joys in that text. He said, I've spoken unto you that my joy might remain in you, that I ought to delight in seeing you coming. But I also spoke it that your joy might be full. So when you and I get together, joy meets joy. So that there is no ambiguity about what he means by commandment, he defines it. This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you.
Okay, then you might want to break right now.
If we just did that one.
Dang. Look, okay, get him off the screen.
Yeah,
Look,
I was trying to break it up.
Listen to me. Content like that, you can't continuously stream. That's what got RBR in trouble with TED Talks. Okay?
All right.
You can't just do that. If it's going to be, you got to truly make comments. You can't just let it go on like it's a movie.
Oh no, I was gonna stop it. I was doing.
Yeah, but I was concerned that you're letting it go too long. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. No, I intended. That's why I kept checking every now and then. I was planning on stopping at the.
Look, just play the audio.
Okay.
Because you got me all nervous, man. I don't want to get. We don't need a strike.
Okay. So, highly favored said we said we don't want to take of a man. Not that we don't need them. There's a difference. Which, yeah. Mm-hmm. And Yvette says it's the first time she listened to the sermon.
Well,
I
look at it this way. The way I take religion is this, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of black men are using religion to control black women. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's what TD Jakes is doing. That's what Creflo Dollar is doing. But Creflo Dollar is even more than that, man. He's on the money thing too. Mm-hmm. Okay. How no one can see that he's a fraud is just baffling. But anyway, and then you have the Hebrew Mizraelites, right? The Hebrew Killerites. Mm-hmm. They use the Bible to try to bring black women under control so they can have unprotected sex with them. That's really what it's all about. Whenever you're going into a male group like that, ladies, you are there to be a sex partner or a sex slave. Okay? There's very few male groups that are established to where the women aren't sex slaves. You do have some established groups like the Masons, you have the Shriners and stuff like that, where you have the Eastern Stars for the Masons. I don't know what it is for the Shriners. You have the Elks. I don't know what their women are. Okay, but those are more prestigious and established organizations that's not going to treat you like a sex slave. Okay, but these little groups like Black Pill, Red Pill, the Manosphere, SYSBM, they just want sex slaves. The conscious community, they just want sex slaves. The Hebrew Mizraelites, they want sex slaves. They spend most of their time using that Bible to downgrade black women and to get black women into their fold, into their vials and rank numbers, so they can, excuse me.
Okay. All right. Yes, there's a lot of them that misuses the Bible. The Bible, if the people are not studying the
right. Mm-hmm. And then I'll take you back to Malachi Z. York, right? I don't know if any of y'all remember Malachi Z. York, okay? Built a pyramid, I believe, in Atlanta. had the group called the Nuwabians, right? He was considered God on earth, the second coming of Jesus Christ. And look what he got caught doing. Molesting little girls.
Okay.
Okay. But knew that Bible. Knew that Bible in and out. Okay.
But then the Bible also warns that the devil also knows that that's
So
why
it's the
he
Bible.
got
Exactly. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. You see, it's not wrong to say men who mislead people with the word of God are devils. And again, Creflo Dollar, how people can't see he's a fraud. It's just baffling. That may as well be greater than the riddle of the Sphinx. I mean, it's so obvious that this dude is a phony. I mean, you know what? He raking up big dollars. $65 million.
Okay. All right, but Max. Okay. Now Yvette is sorry too. He addressing the black men first. Then he addressed the black family, man and woman. So what do you think of what he said so far?
Well, I just think that I think that it's a bunch of scripture. And I think that some of it may be genuine. But I think most of it is just scripture, which most black men don't know anything about scripture anyway. So you can't really hold their attention because many of them don't know nothing about scripture. Part of the biggest reasons why religions don't work amongst black men is because most black men don't read the Bible and they don't go to church. So when you put a guy like T.D. Jakes in front of them, right, they're not really mesmerized by that. They're not going to really understand or hear what he's saying. He's not going to hold attention for very long. But if you put some phony like Sonetta, over there, right? Yeah, listen to them. God, body, and all. They listen to fools like that.
Do you think that's why they homed in on that snippet of his sermon? Out of a whole hour sermon, they concentrate on a little 1 minute, 2 minute snippet of it.
Right, because he has the nerve. I mean, like, dude, you tripping too. Okay, you tripping too. Okay, sometimes you have to be careful of the messenger. Sometimes, but this is why you have to have the spirit of discernment, right? This is why you have to allow what is the spirit of discernment? It's just being in tune with your spirit warning you that something is wrong. That's all it is. It's not this super definition that people are coming up with. All it is you being in tune with your spirit, right? That warns you that danger is coming or that something is wrong, right? And so when these charlatans show up, your spirit is warning you, hey man, this dude's a charlatan. You ain't paying it no mind. And then I got to the point where now black people don't even think nothing wrong if they're not getting taken to the cleaners. If some charlatan isn't doing a land pirate thing on you, right? You think something wrong with you. These guys are land pirates. You know what a land pirate is? A land pirate is the same as a pirate at sea. Pirates at sea steals treasure, right? On the water and on the ocean, right? In the ocean. Land pirates steal treasure that's on land. So go ahead.
Okay. So, Abner, what do you think? What you heard so far?
Okay, for me, so far what I've heard is like he have a good. For me, this one he have a good advice for both the men and even the women, because he's preaching or he's giving us the sermon. But you have to make sure that what you're teaching is the people are interested in it. Do they love to learn or listen to it? They are not. Even though they might be shouting, hey, hey, but they're not picking the point that you are making.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yvette, I agree with you. And how people can't see that this dude is a super charlatan is baffling. I mean, it's like the people that follow this dude, you know, are zombies or something. I mean, wow, y'all can't see that this dude is phony? No. I mean, you show up at the church, hey, man, by the way, this guy is phony. No, he's not. He stand next to God. Stand next to God? How can somebody stand next to God? See, a lot of black people don't even, a lot of black Christians don't even know what they be saying. You know why? They don't even know what they be saying because they don't really listen to anything in church. And they don't really know nothing because they're not being taught anything. Creflo doesn't preach to teach. He preached to convince you that you should give him money and that he is the salvation and he is your only way to God. What he did was he took the old way from way back in the day in biblical times where people actually had to go to the preachers, right, to get their prayers sent to God, right? And you had to pay the priest. That's what he's doing. He's a priest that you have to pay. And when Jesus came and got rid of all of that and said anybody can come to God, who you think became his mortal enemies? Those same priests. And there was the same priest that when he got arrested by Pontius Pilate, right, who let a killer go free and threw him in jail. After Pontius Pilate said, Jesus, you have done nothing but heal people. You have never committed a crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the evil priest, because he messed up their money, Pontius gave them, which I thought was stupid too. We're gonna get with. You see, I agree with RBR about some things about white people. They are stupid. Okay, so because I thought it was dumb. You are a governor, and you're afraid to make a decision. And what kind of man are you that will let a known killer free in your community amongst the people? So that's two whammies right there. He's incompetent, and two, he don't care nothing about the safety of the people. Right? Okay, so let me get back onto what I'm talking about. And so these are the same priests that said, oh, let the killer go. Put Jesus in jail. Because he messed their money up. And that's the way Creflo Dollar is. He's one of those priests that you got to pay to go to God about. If you listen to his sermons, he don't preach anything about you doing anything with God or whatever. This is not, everything is geared around him. He give you what I call money messages, like Red Supreme. Okay? The only thing that's different between him and Red Supreme, he's not saying black women are bees and hoes and bees. But he is saying run those cash apps. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we agree that there are some bad preachers that are out there about money and stuff like that. Okay. And so far what he's saying is okay, but he's addressing the men first. It is Father's Day after all. So let's continue on. Here we go.
Gave us one commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. If I put up with you, if I'm patient with you, you ought to reflect that patience in the people you love. He didn't just say love one another. He said love them as I have loved you. You convicted already. I know. I can make an altar call right now.
And the card that was in.
Question, is your love a reflection of his? Or a reflection of your selfishness, your frustrations, your desires, your attitudes? Can anybody see Jesus' love in the way you love? Oh, it's going to be tight today. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. You keep saying you're misunderstood. You're not misunderstood. You mean. You are not being misunderstood. You're hateful. Love is never misunderstood. Who misunderstands love? You nasty. But you absolve yourself saying they just don't get me. No, you don't get you. Greater love have no man than this. Now he going deeper. He going for the throat. That a man lay down his life for his friends. He said the epitome of love is sacrifice. God so loved the world that he what? Gave, not took, that he gave. See, men pour in. It's not about taking. Wherever there is love, love pours. Lust takes.
Wow. Hey, can you stop it there real quick? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I wonder what these red pill guys got to say about that.
Nothing. I don't think they even watched that part. A bunch of them did. Mm-hmm.
Don't you always hear me talking about love? What I always say, at the end of the day, what is the key? Love, right?
Love. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What did I tell you, these black men of today? What is their biggest problem with black women? Their biggest problem with black women today is that they don't love them.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to start listening to me at some point and realize that this old fool is making sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay?
And that real men know these things. They don't have to question, because they know this. And it's just these black males or grown boys that don't seem to know this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, love pours in. Women don't have a problem loving us. We have a problem. Well, I ain't gonna say we. Well, I'm gonna say we, y'all, but I'm not including myself. I'm just using we as a what do you call that name? A generalization. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Women have no problem loving us. Okay. Got no problem taking care of us. And be like, well, where women take care of us at? Man, for starters, get hurt or get sick and go into the hospital. You'll see black women all around you taking care of you. And you can take your pick. Like I said, in nursing, black women are dominating nursing. There's black nurses everywhere. They like Hindu Indians when it comes to nursing. They're all over the place. And the agencies are full of black nurses from top to bottom. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see the brothers are getting the male nursing, and I get it. I'm cool with that, but we got to go higher because we need power within the medical industry to protect our women. See, this is the type of stuff I got a problem with. We have these messages being told by these so-called icons, right? And people get mesmerized by the name of the icon and the status of the icon, right? And they don't realize that the message is really a very non-conforming message. The message really isn't about a whole bunch of anything. When you got somebody that comes along who doesn't have icon status, but has hard-hitting information and messages, you don't pay attention to it. Like, how many of you are going to say, man, did you hear what Max just said? He said that more black men need to get into the medical field to protect black women and children.
Mm-hmm.
How many people are going to echo that? How many people are going to say that? Now, if TD Jakes said what I just said, there'll be a bunch of people everywhere talking about it. Man, did you hear what TD Jakes said? Man, I'm going to I'm going to Howard University. I'm becoming a doctor. Why? Because TD Jakes said that black men need to get into the medical profession to protect their black women and children. Okay? If TD Jakes was saying what I'm saying right now, black men would move on it. Black women would talk about it. But because I don't have TD Jakes status and it ain't like TD Jakes, ain't nobody gonna listen. Now, don't forget, if you hear somebody else saying what I just said, this is where they got it from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
See, I don't give out messages just to call people out of their name and say, well, you know, you mean and you whatever. Okay, we got all of that. Go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think they would listen to TD Jakes. Gotta remember, a few years ago, they were calling TD Jakes a panderer of women because the woman died loose and all that other stuff, and a large contingency of black women in his churches.
So, okay, so is God a panderer of women? If you believe in God, somebody answer the question. Is God a panderer of women? You know why I asked that question? Because it was God that told you to love this woman like you would love yourself.
Mm-hmm.
God told you that. So is God a panderer of women? So if you're doing what God said, you're pandering to women? And if you're doing what God said, then he also must be pandering to women. Right?
Right.
Because he created them. He said, love women like you. He didn't say just your wife. He said the woman. Love her like you would love yourself. Love her like your son loved the church. So what is that telling you? There's supposed to be universal love of women all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? If that happened, then you wouldn't have grape. If there were universal love of women, if men stood on one accord and loved the women like they would love themselves all over the world, then you wouldn't have molestation and you wouldn't have grape. What can stop child molestation? What can stop grape? What can stop murder? One thing can stop all three of those. What's that one thing? Love. Love can stop anything dead in its tracks. Love can stop any evil thing dead in its tracks. Okay? If you loved your people, if you loved your women, you wouldn't commit crimes against them. Why? Because they are of your heart. You love them like you love yourself. Would you commit a crime against yourself? Absolutely not. So was the creator a genius? We all know that the creator is omniscient, right? He's an omniscient being, right?
Yes.
He knows all. So he was a genius on this one. This was a genius call when he said, love the woman like you would love yourself, because if you did that, you wouldn't commit crimes against her. You wouldn't abuse her. You wouldn't beat on her. You wouldn't do any of that, because you would look silly doing that to yourself, right? How about get up in the morning and say, hey, you know what? Let me beat the hell out of myself today. You see what I'm saying? And you outside beating yourself up. Your neighbor's like, hey, man, what you doing? Give me a second, man. I'm whooping my own ass. They're going to look at you like you're crazy. That's the way people look at you when you beat on women, when you commit crimes against women. Men who have that real love and doing what God is saying look at you like you're crazy. Men like me, when you commit a crime against a woman, I look at you like you're crazy. I want to do something to you. I'm sorry, I'm getting away with it. Okay, go ahead. My bad, y'all. I'm derailing ladies tonight.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Avana, did you want to say anything about what he said so far?
I agree with Black Knight what he said.
Okay. But everybody seemed interested on that fact that love poured in and lust takes. I guess nobody really thought about it that way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when it said men are meant to pour in, hey, it's in the commandment. That's the way it was supposed to be. You're supposed to pour your love in. If you lust, then you're trying to take from her.
And I hate to say,
mm-hmm.
I hate to say that TD Jakes is copying from the Black Knight, but I've said these things, Damon. You know I've said it.
Yes, I do.
You always.
Mm-hmm.
I keep telling these fools, love is the key.
Now, you know the many of the red pillars and manospheres that are high-fiving that TD Jakes are telling off modern women. You notice they didn't mention this part of it? No. I don't think they even saw it. They just
okay. What is he? Okay, what is this hot topic about? What is this he's telling off modern? Let's cut to the chase. I need to hear this. Where is this at?
Okay, it's further along the sermon. You want me to get to the clip that says just
let's cut to the let's cut to the chase. I want to hear what's going on.
Yeah, but it's taken out of context. That's what I'm pointing out. It's taken out of context.
I'm fine with all of that. I'm smart enough to realize all that. Let's cut to the chase. I want to hear this so-called taking women to task. I want to hear it.
Okay. All right. Let me go to the.
All right. So while she's looking for that.
Oh no, I got it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Play it. Let's hear this so-called telling off of modern Black women. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Had it.
We're going to the Gospel of John chapter.
Hold on. Okay. I see what's going on. All right, just 1 second. Here we go.
Sociological orders of the culture we're living in now. Because we are raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, nasty, mean, aggressive, hateful, possessive you are, and you are climbing the corporate ladder, but we are losing our families. I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning.
Is that it?
That's the part that they are harping on about.
All right, is that it though?
Yeah, that's the.
Okay, let me. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me. Okay, first of all, okay. The problem with what he said is this. You have to understand, women's behavior is reactionary. I keep telling people this. And they keep leaving this fact out. And the reason why they keep leaving this fact out is because if they put it in, it will implicate elsewhere. And that elsewhere would be to black men. This is why they always seem to leave this little fact out that women's behavior is purely reactionary. What does that mean? Then can you look up the word reactionary? Reaction or reactionary?
Okay. All right.
We're gonna learn something today. I'm gonna put you guys up on game. See, right now he's spitting game. He's not being honest and truthful. He's speaking like a red pillar and a manosphere guy. And he ought to be ashamed of himself because he has what he wants. This is sad. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, you got older men who are feeding into this overall weakness of black men. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Reactionary.
Reactionary.
Okay. Of a person or a set of views opposing political or social liberation or reform. Okay. A reactionary person. Okay, I better break it down to reaction. Let's see. Let me go with the reaction definition. Okay, reaction.
Reaction.
An action performed or feeling experience in response to a situation or event.
Mm-hmm.
A person's ability to respond physically and mentally to external stimuli.
Okay, there it is. So when this external stimulant is black men constantly trashing black women, constantly accusing black women of things they didn't do, constantly blaming the government for black men getting kicked out of their homes, constantly saying that black women don't need men, when I haven't heard a black woman say that yet. I've heard a lot of black feminists say that. But y'all don't want to separate feminists from black women, though. Okay. Okay. These lesbians really gave feminism a bad look. The first wave of feminism was the shit. I'm with that 100%. That was absolutely needed. I got mad respect for the first wave feminism. Mad respect. That was definitely needed. And even the second wave, some of the second wave was also needed until the lesbians started taking over. That's when everything went south for feminism. Now feminism is filled with a bunch of dykes, lesbians, LGBTQs who hate matter of fact, they hate both of you. They don't just hate men, they hate women too. They hate both of you, and they hate children too. That is what feminism is. That is what feminism has evolved into today. And I keep trying to tell everybody, what is the number one weapon that they use against us? You hear me say it all the time. I bet you ain't paying attention, y'all. What is the weapon that they use against us? What have they weaponized against us?
Let me see. Weaponized against us. Let's see. Single motherhood.
No. Academia.
You
don't pay me no attention. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all don't pay me no mind. I keep
forgetting about that. Academia. Yes.
They have weaponized academia against us. That's why they keep coming out with these new and confusing terminologies.
Yes.
That's why they hell bent on being super scholars. Because that's their way, because they use the academic rhetoric to confuse people and to make you think that something is there that really isn't there. With the white rhetoric, you can make someone believe that an apple is a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right, and so they have destroyed what feminism was. Okay. Mm-hmm. And now they're using, and then Matter of fact, they shitting on the black woman's image too. Who do you think was sitting up there with Governor Cuomo trying to get that law passed, right? That a woman can abort her child, even if the child comes out alive and is sitting on the table alive. Talk about a violation of, you talk about a violation, wait a minute. You talk about a violation of rights, that child is born. That child has rights. And who did they use to be the face of that? Black women. But they wasn't real black women. They wasn't regular black women. They were feminists. But for some reason, we can't separate. Y'all don't want to separate black women from feminists. These feminists today don't give a damn about you or me. They will destroy your image as quick as they would try to destroy a black man's image. They don't like black women either. And they can't stand black children. Okay. And so, and y'all follow them, right? They're the ones who brought you the term toxic masculinity. Y'all follow them. They're telling you everything about your boy is toxic. Boys that you've given birth to. You won't trust your own judgment and your belief about your own son. But you listen to these people, these hateful people that tell you that your boy is toxic. There was a woman, I can't get her name right now, but her name was, it's not Stacey Abrams, it was something else. And she was on Roland Martin's TV show. And she was saying that all black men were born into a grape culture, and all black men have graped someone at some point. She's a feminist. And she's gay. The gay ones are the most hateful ones. I'm not even sure that there are a lot of straight women left in feminism. There are so many angry, bitter gay women in feminism now. I'm not even sure if there's even a contingent of straight women enough to even be noticed. It's a bunch of awful, man-hating, gender-banging, angry-ass gay women. Going under the guise of feminism and shitting on black men and black women. They shitting on both of us. They don't care, like I said, they don't care nothing about you either. You just can't see that. And you know, and so my thing is the TD Jakes thing is this here. You don't want to tell black men that they are creating a situation that black women are reacting to. That's what you don't want to say. Why are black women saying that they don't need a man? Right? It's kind of like somebody, you get into a fight with somebody, right? And they're bigger than you and they're stronger than you, right? But you think you're a pretty tough person. And they punch you in the lip. And it hurts. But you don't want to let them know it hurts, right? So I say, hey, did that punch hurt? No, it didn't. But you know it did. Right? But that's kind of what this is. That's kind of what this is. They don't want you to know that they created the situation in which black women are reacting to the fact that they're being disrespected and they're being told that they are the least desired. And they're being told that they're good for nothing but to be pumped and dumped. And that they're mean and they're masculine and they're overweight. So when you have that kind of abusive rhetoric coming at you on a daily basis, then why would you need somebody like that in your life? Wouldn't it be sensible to say that you don't need somebody like that in your life? And when you have a contingent of men who are using their so-called privilege or their status to put their knee on your neck and to hold you back and smother you and not allow you to even be a human woman, not allow you your own voice, why would you need somebody like that in your life? How many of these men that you look at today and listen to that you will say, you know what, I need one of them? Absolutely not. So the black men have created the situation where black women are saying that they don't need a man. And also, they've also been poisoned to a certain degree by the LGBTQ community. Because that's also a rallying cry of gay women. They don't need a man. So it's a mixed bag of the two. The black men have created the situation, for it to be said, and the LGBT community jumped onto it and amplified it. I mean, they out here on some, I am woman, hear me roar. What? Let me explain something to you. A loving man, right, is not going to disrespect you. He's not going to holler at you. He's not going to scream at you. But he loves you enough to tell you when you acting crazy. And I love y'all so much that I can tell you when I think some of you are acting crazy. I mean, what is this? I am woman, hear me. But you don't need none of that. You have to understand something. You are the prize. Men want you. Men are always going to want you. You don't have to do anything special. Just be yourself. You ain't got to go out there and shake your behind. A lot of you believe that you got to do that. You ain't got to do that. Let me explain something to you. You can walk outside in clothing that covers up your body completely, and men are still going to be attracted to you. You can come out in the morning with Noxzema on your face, hair rollers in your hair, bunny slippers, and a bathrobe, and men are going to be attracted to you. Y'all don't have to do a lot of the stuff that you're doing because men want you. They're always going to want you. Because you are the beginning of everything. Without you, nothing gets started. I've said this before. If y'all was not here, or if y'all left us somehow, if God provided a way to y'all can go on the other side of the world and hang out for a couple of years without us, right? And sit there and watch us from a distance, we would implode. We would no longer have any purpose. Y'all give us purpose. Without y'all, we have no purpose. We have no real reason to do anything. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to go too far, but TD Jakes needs to tell the truth that the behavior from these things are just purely reactionary, and that men have created this atmosphere that women believe that they don't need men because of the way black men treat black women. I'm sorry I went on for a long time. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, he does. I think they chose not to hear it, but yes, that's why I said there's a bunch in the beginning. There's some stuff in the beginning and some stuff to the end that they totally ignore or they didn't see because somebody in that group just paid attention to that little snippet. Okay. But maybe you're right. He could be that he could have been more direct in their face with it. But as I said, he had years of where they call him a panderer and stuff like that. Even when he was doing his manpower and stuff like that. But anyway, let's continue on. Hey, Juby, Yeah. There's a lot of people that believe TD Jakes is a fraud.
Allegedly, okay? That's not the
Allegedly.
views of the Ebony Star Network.
Mhm.
He's an alleged fraud. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
See, y'all
Let's
got me triggered. I want to go on, but then I'm going to turn Ladies Night into something else because
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm very triggered right now, you know, and you know, what else you got?
Okay. Here we go. We're gonna continue the rest of the breakdown. We just jumped to the part where all the manosphere red pillars and people that's up in
Actually, I
arms
think of
concentrated on.
well, I didn't think that was anything. That's the same. That's the same rhetoric that they've been talking for a long time, and they try to use that to cover up their inability to lead Black society. You can't sit up here and tell me you can't be a leader because you have some Black women going around talking about they don't need a man. All Black women are not running around. Okay, let's get something into perspective. All Black women aren't running around here talking about they don't need a Black man.
Exactly.
I haven't heard a Black woman say that. I've heard feminists say that. But a regular average Black woman, I ain't never heard her say that. I don't need no man.
Yeah. And notice he chose going up the corporate ladder. There's so few women in corporate. There's no way. The majority of women and the men, the women that the men are come in contact with, is blue collar.
I got a problem with that too. See, he's pacifying these manosphere Kevin Samuels types. He's concerned with what the Black woman is doing in her life to advance herself. Well, if you were that concerned, you would be there for her. Other races of men don't have this problem. You know why? Because they provide the necessary things that their wives and children need to thrive. They create a salubrious environment. Black men do not create the salubrious environment. They look up the word. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So yeah, and what woman's coming home telling her man she don't need him? No. Oh, go ahead, Abena.
I was just agreeing with what you were saying because no one is going to be agree. Because if your woman being home and he has something in the mind about you, then you're having a problem. So I was just agree with what you were saying.
Yeah. So as I said, he does address that, and you gotta remember, especially when you hear it again, he's addressing men. It's Father's Day, he's addressing the men, and he, in this sense, he agreed with Max. If there's an issue in the community, you address the leaders, you address the men. The men are supposed to be the leaders. That's the we he's talking about. But hey, I'm gonna let y'all see for yourself. Here we go. Okay, I might not be exactly where I'm at, so here we go.
According to the way you love. If you don't love, you're not my friend. Henceforth, I call you not servant. Oh, here comes an upgrade.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm back. I had to take care of something.
Okay.
Okay. Real quick, while we was going into and so the Black men don't create the environment that their women and children need to thrive in. They don't create the salubrious environment. Now look up that word salubrious. It's I believe it's SLAUBRIOUS.
Okay, wait. SUA.
Oh, SALU.
SOLU.
No, I said SALU.
SAAU.
Okay.
Okay, I think I found it. Let's see if this is it.
Salubrious.
All right.
There you go. Give me the
Okay.
definition.
Okay. As an adjective, help given,
Just give
or
me
help.
the definition. I don't need the cabaret. Give me the definition.
Okay,
Cut
I'm
to the
giving.
chase.
Okay, I'm giving it to you.
But I don't
Okay.
want to do all of that because then we get into a long thing. Let's cut to the chase. What is the definition?
Shh. Help given, healthy.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Health giving and healthy. What else it says?
Of a place, pleasant, not run down.
Right. Pleasant, not run down. Health giving and healthy. This is the kind of environment that you have to create and provide for your women and children. An environment that is healthy, health giving and healthy, not ran down. This is a salubrious environment. Your women and children will thrive in such environment, such a environment. Other men do this for their wives and children. Why aren't you doing it for the women and children in your race? Where are the salubrious environments that our Black women and children can thrive in and partake in the benefits of that said environment? There are none. See, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, are being played when you listen to a guy like T.D. Jakes. By the time you get to a guy like T.D. Jakes, right, it's a magic trick, ladies. He's just feeding you a bunch of smoke that sounds good. They don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of what's really going on with Black men and what Black men don't do and why the situation is what it is. If he was really on it, right, he'd be gutting these Black men. Why haven't you created a salubrious environment for our women and children? Where are the institutions of higher learning that you were supposed to have built for them? Where are the institutions of employment so that they may be gainfully employed so they don't have to be subject to corporate laws and policies, where they don't have to, hurt their own personal Black culture by changing their hair or cutting their hair, cutting off their braids? Where are these institutions? Where's the housing that you should be providing for your women and children? You complain about them being on welfare, but where is the housing that you have built for them? You've done nothing. But yet you sit up here and complain, talk about they're masculine because they are complaining about suffering. They are women. They are going to say something. They don't like suffering. They don't do well with suffering. Nobody does. But they are suffering right now because their men don't want to seem to do jack for them. You're not doing anything. This is why I give them guys in, I think, Detroit so much praise, those fathers on duty. They saw that their schools were dangerous. So what did they do? They got up and went down to the schools themselves. And these were ordinary Black men. These wasn't supermen. These weren't heroes. Well, they're heroes now, but these were ordinary Black men. You know what made them heroes? You know what made them super? They cared about their children. And that is the way Black men are supposed to be. They cared about their children. They cared about their child's education, and they cared about the environment in which their children were getting an education. So what did they do? They went down there and turned that school into a salubrious environment. Now the kids feel safe. They come to school, and those fathers, they stay on patrol down there. Now, if they can do it, why can't you do it now? Why won't you stand up for the Black woman here and the Black child? Why must you every day make a negative video about what Black women are doing? You don't have any shame in yourself? You don't have any integrity? Where's your pride as a man? You don't have nothing else to do? And you guys are the biggest complainers and the biggest whiners. Well, it's the woman. She won't let me do this. What do you mean the woman don't let you? What kind of rhetoric is that? For a man to speak, the woman won't let me do this. Woman won't let me do that. You're a man. What is she supposed to stop you from doing? I ain't never heard of no shit like that until I came on social media. Well, the woman won't let me do this. Woman won't let me do that. What? What does that mean? She won't let you do this. She won't. What? You actually stop doing what you're doing because she told you to or something? I mean, I don't get it. So if you're building your house and a woman comes by and says, stop, you're going to stop? If you're repairing a roof that has a hole in it the size of a hubcap and there's a storm coming, and the reason why you're repairing that roof because you want to protect the content inside that house, which is your women and children, your wife and child, right? If a black woman comes by and see you on that roof repairing and she said, hey, stop it, don't do that. You supposed to stop? I don't understand. This is the problem I got with guys like TD Jakes. They come with this smoke and mirrors, and they don't really tell you what's really going on. And they use the Bible to disguise their true intent. He is no different than people in the manosphere. He's no different than Red Supreme. He's no different than Kevin Samuels. There are people, believe it or not, there are people who are starting to steal Kevin Samuels' style. Now that he's dead and gone, there are people starting to steal his style. You know what they did? They took some of them, one of them right now who seems to be the best at it, Jason Black, has taken the disrespect out of it. But it's the same style. But he's removed all of the, what's your dress size? All of the cursing and cussing them out. He's removed all of that. Now he has a contingent of black women calling into his show, 2 by 2. The same way Kevin Samuels was. There are people now stealing his style. They just took the disrespect out of it. Understand something. The most important person in this world is a black woman. Why? Because she's the beginning of everything. Even white people will tell you that. Well, to a white person, hey, listen, who was the first person? We all come from a black woman. Even white people will tell you that. We all come from a black woman. Don't get me started on who was here first. Okay? Because I can break you niggas' hearts and tell you that your bloodline stops at 65,000 years. The woman's bloodline goes on way farther than that. Yours stop at 65,000 years, or 69,000, somewhere around there. So and we got receipts on that. So you wouldn't hear as long as you think you were. So you think you was here 5 million years ago, and all that. No, you weren't. Okay, but anyway, I don't want to get all into that because so y'all got me triggered. Go ahead, Dane.
All right. Okay. So as I was saying, he is addressing black men. He goes into that, and that has their fault. But as I said, we gotta get to it.
All right, break it down. Let's see if he's doing it on the real.
Okay.
Okay. I'm listening.
Right.
Get your iPhone because upgrade's coming. Henceforth, I call you not servants. This is my only problem with servant leadership. It's a nice term. I get what it means. But the disciples got an upgrade from servant leadership. He says, henceforth I call you not servants or slaves, for the servant knoweth not what the Lord doeth. But I have called you friends. Are the people who work for you servants or friends? Maybe they're not working with you because you don't know how to be nice. You don't seem interested in them. You're only interested in goals. And as long as they reach the goal, they're okay with you, but you don't ask them how they are, how they're doing. You don't check on them when they're
Okay,
sick.
stop.
You don't visit them.
This is what I'm talking about, right? He's preaching that word, but his security team is one of the meanest and nastiest security teams there is. They snatch people out of crowds. They beat people up for no reason. They overly police his temple. They throw people out physically. They gang ho. They're one of the meanest security regiments there is. Yeah, he's talking, but he's telling you about the people that work for you are friends, right? What has he got to say about that security team who beat people up on a routine basis, who throw people out into the street? Play it.
Okay. Well, I intended to, when I get past this part, point out that, and I'm going to do it now, because I'm going to start from that point, is that a lot of these other groups of men, they want women as servants. They put them in the servant role. If you listen to what they say, it's what the woman can do for them, and what she got to do to get him. And there's no concern about the woman, or concern about her or how she's doing or anything like that. And as long as she fits some type of box or a goal, or she don't have no mistakes in her past, he'll treat her right, as long as she's meeting his own personal goals. But the moment she ain't, or he wants her but she has this, is another story. Let's see. Jason said he is the blueprint. Kitten stole. Jason said he's the blueprint Kitten stole from him, allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, he does say that. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
In the hospital, you don't do nothing for their children. They're servants. You don't tell them nothing. Servants don't know nothing. Servant knoweth not what his master doeth. You don't communicate. They just don't get me. No, you're not doing it right. Jesus says, a servant knoweth not what his master doeth. He said, and I call you no longer servants. I have made you my friends. For all things that I have heard of my Father, I have made known unto you. Watch this. This is my good one right here. This is my good one right here. This is me right here. Ye have not chosen me. You think you came to me. You didn't come to me. I drew you. You thought you came to the potter's house this morning. You didn't come to the potter's house. I drew you to the potter's house. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. And I ordained you that you should go. Some of y'all felt funny when I was talking a minute ago about being prosperous. But Jesus said, I ordain you that you should go and bring forth fruit. Just like I told you in Genesis, be fruitful. I didn't tell you just to be alive, just to exist. I commanded you to be fruitful. That I ordained you to be fruitful. Somebody say, I must be fruitful. And that your fruit should remain. I got to stop here and talk to all the people that are experiencing fruit but scared of it. You're scared to trust it. You're scared it's not going to stay. You're scared the marriage is not going to work. You're scared the promotion won't last. You're scared where you are won't last. God said, I ordained that your fruit should remain. Here he comes with more good stuff. That whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he just gonna spoil you. He just gonna give it to you. Y'all didn't hear me. You ain't even gonna work for it. He's going to give it to you. How many of you have ever had God give you something? I just came back from Atlanta and they gave me a plaque on the sidewalk, name engraved on the street. I thought to myself coming home on the plane, God, I didn't even ask you for that. He said, no, I just gave it to you. Right beside B.B. King and Dr. King and Kathy Hughes is T.D. Jakes. I didn't even ask for it. I didn't think to ask for it. It was above and beyond anything I would ask or think. But God's gonna do some stuff for you that you didn't even think to ask for. These things I command you that ye love one another. Somebody say amen. Go back to that first verse. That first verse at 9.
Okay, I'm just breaking it up right there. Yeah. So he's gone into the difference from servitude and friendship with Jesus. But as I was saying, this could also apply to the way these attitudes. Okay. Somebody want to say something? Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, here's the problem I got with that whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you break it down, he's using God, right, as a monetary reference. So that God gave him something that he didn't ask for. Pretty much a plaque or something, right? And then he named the names that these people were up there along with him, Kathy Hughes and so forth, or whatever, B.B. King, right?
Mm-hmm.
He never said that God put his name next to a woman or put his name on the house of a woman who once gave him 2 bits. When Lazarus was bragging about all of his things, right?
Mm-hmm.
About what his money could buy. You see, this is the problem I have with a lot of these pastors. What I'm saying, they got Christians spiritually dumb. When Lazarus was bragging about materialistic things, right, to Jesus, talked about surely, a person can't do this, a man with money can do that, bragging, right, about all these materialistic things. Jesus calmly said, I knew an old woman once, because Lazarus was bragging about how much money he can give God. Okay? Now I'm going to use this simple thing right here to blow up what T.D. Jakes was just saying. Okay? He just talked about he had a plaque next to Kathy Hughes, People with so-called prestige. You better be like, wow, T.D. Jakes, that means you are bigger and better, and you're the biggest of them all. But here's the thing. Let me tell you how that's bad and how he's misleading Christian people. When Jesus and Lazarus was talking about tithes, right? And preachers like Creflo Dollar and T.D. Jakes won't ever preach this to you, okay? But when Lazarus was talking to Jesus, and Lazarus was a rich man, and he was pretty much bragging about how much he can give God, right? Surely he can give this kind of money and that kind of money, whatever, right? Jesus turned around while he was bragging and said, I knew an old woman that gave 2 bits once. Lazarus said, well, what is 2 bits compared to what I can give? I got all this money. Jesus said, he just calmly replied, it was all she had. And he remembered her. She gave him 2 bits. That's less than 2 pennies. But Jesus remembered her because it was all she had. She gave everything she had. She wasn't rich like Lazarus. See, that goes to show you what kind of motivation that T.D. Jakes have when he tell you that God gave him a plaque next to Kathy Hughes and other people, B.B. King. People who were slaves to the entertainment system. See? When was the last time you heard T.D. Jakes say he knew a person that had nothing and gave everything they had? No, he'd rather sit up here and tell you what God gave him. And then try to play it off by saying, God would give you this. God would give you that. This is the game that they play with semantics. And they play with God's word. When Lazarus was doing what T.D. Jakes was doing, right? Bragging about what he got. Lazarus was a rich man, bragged about what he had. And even though Jesus knew he was a braggart, right? He had a soft spot for Lazarus, right? He told Lazarus that it was easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to make it into heaven. So pretty much he told Lazarus he couldn't make it into heaven. Okay, so while T.D. Jakes up here being Lazarus right in front of everybody's face, bragging about what he got, where's the part where he tell you he knew an old woman that didn't have any of that, or he knew an old man, or he knew a family that didn't have any of that, and God blessed them. They gave everything they had, and he gave them what he had. Well, that's how you hear him say some shit like that. I haven't. But I've heard him plenty of times say what God gave him. Never really heard him say what God gave somebody else. But you know what? God gave him plenty of things. And we supposed to be doing, man, T.D. Jakes, you're getting everything. What about these poor people that aren't getting anything? What are you doing for them? Are you praying for them? What are you doing for the lady, the modern day lady or man who's given 2 bits, who is giving all they have? What are you doing for them? How come they're not the focal point of your sermons? How come your sermons are all commercial and propagandized and stuff? Where are the real sermons about the people who got 2 bits? You talk a lot about Lazarus. You and Creflo Dollar, oh, y'all talk a lot about Lazarus. Y'all brag a lot about your riches or whatever. You do with Lazarus all the time. But what about the woman with the 2 bits? When are you going to talk about people like that who have given all they had nothing to give, but gave everything that they have to God? When are you going to talk about them? When are they going to be rewarded? When are they going to be told that God is going to bless them? I yield the mic.
Okay.
This is a deep talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Forget about that. That's why these pastors that be flashing money and stuff like that, and the Jews, they looked upon, suspect, and every right to be. Shoot.
I think they're using the word of God, they're using the gospel to do money, like they're just using that for money. So they will say something which is going to break you down so that you can give them money. But they are not giving you the money that they're making from you. They are not giving it to you back.
Oh, they're not putting it back into the community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's going into big houses, big cars, jets, and
This
then
is why,
they're not even taking it out of their salary that they get from
but
the
but this is why I said you have to focus on what God told you about people like this.
Mm-hmm.
His son told you about people like this. If you was paying attention, he said you will know them by the fruit that they bear.
But we can't recognize them. That is the case. That is one of the
Right.
problems we have.
Mm-hmm. You can recognize them when they're always talking about monetary gain, right? Well, it's always about money. It's always about, first of all, Jesus, there was a lot of money back then. There was a lot, Jesus could have been, dressed in gold every day if he wanted to be. But he rode on a mule. He wore meager clothes. Why? Because he was a man of the people. He was the Son of Man. And he wanted to be amongst them. He didn't want to be different from them. He never put himself above the people. He never put himself in a house on a hill with 80 rooms in it, with a big security team. He never did that. He stayed amongst the people. He believed in the people. He ate with the people. He slept with the people. He walked with the people. He talked with the people. He taught the people. He didn't isolate himself from the people. He didn't have some big fancy, grand looking church with all of the bells and whistles held up by people who are absolutely incompetent. I hate to say it, but the people who follow Creflo Dollar are incompetent. And I blame the pastors for Christians being spiritually dumb. And as a Christian, as a believer in God, spiritually, you also have to take some responsibility and start reading the Bible on your own and start building up a relationship with God on your own. Because these pastors out here, many of them are corrupt. They're not going to teach you what you need to learn about God's word. You understand? You got one fool talking about a jet. You got another one talking about plaques on a Walk of Fame next to B.B. King and all these other people. Then you know that he's among the stars. He's among the elite. You're going to tell me you preach the word of God and God is spiritual? You're going to tell me the most he thought about you is giving you a plaque on a Walk of Fame with a bunch of corrupted people? Unbelievable. Where's the woman with the two bits?
In fact, I think Jesus praised that woman from the church. In fact,
Yes,
it
he
was
did.
becoming a competition in the church.
Mm-hmm.
Who tithed more? Who donated more? And
He
while
did.
they were arguing, Jesus watched this widower put in, and he pointed to her.
Right, and you know what?
Mm-hmm.
And when she touched his cloak, her sins must have been great, because when she touched his cloak, what did he say? He felt the power go out of him.
Oh, the other woman, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The one with the 2 bits, and when she touched his cape, he said he felt the power go out of her. So her sins must have been great.
No, that's 2 separate women.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it was 2 separate women.
All right, we'll work that out. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that right now, but we'll work that out. I believe that's the same woman. But anyway, okay. So anyway, right? She gave 2 bits. Why? Because it was everything she had. She didn't have nothing else.
And consider that she was a widow.
So what does that tell you? So what does that tell you about God? Jesus is impressed and honored by a woman who gave him the very last of what she had. 2 bits. Then can you look up how much 2 bits is? How much that would be here in American money? Look that up real quick.
Okay.
What would be the equivalent of 2 bits today? See, God wasn't impressed with the guy who has the plaque on a Walk of Fame. He ain't impressed with none of that. God wasn't impressed with Lazarus. Jesus was the one that was fighting for Lazarus. Jesus was the one that called Lazarus' name when he died and went to hell. Okay? Jesus called her. And so what did he say? He said, Lazarus, come forth. And so my thing is, do you have it, Dame?
Okay, hold on.
So you hear a lot of these sermons about, and you think that you're really listening to something. You really ain't listening to nothing. You're listening to a self-serving. A lot of these sermons are self-serving. These preachers preach for themselves, not for you. They preach for you to support them. What kind of man in the middle of trying to give you God's word and serious about saving your soul stops in the middle to tell you what God gave him that is materialistic? You know what I hate about all of this? It shows, it paints the image that a black man can never be square dealing. It can never be truthful and honest. There's always going to be some kind of joke, always something that will make you mistrust black men. Did you get it yet, Dan?
Okay.
Just tell us the answer. Just tell us how much. What would be the equivalent of 2 bits today?
That's what I'm trying to get it to give me.
And so this woman had nothing.
2 bits is old. 2 bits is an old slang term for 25 cents.
Okay. She gave this man, all she had left to her name, y'all, is a quarter. 25 cents. Abby, what is that in Ghana? 25 cents. What would that be?
25 cents. I'm coming over.
Would that be a cent? What do y'all have? Y'all have the CD and what else?
Yeah, the CDs.
Right, but
coins. Your
50
coins.
Yeah, what would be y'all
pesos?
Y'all don't have
50
some
pesos.
Pesos?
Pence.
Yeah, 50 pesos.
Okay, pence. Pence. Okay, so 50 pence. So she had 50 pence. A quarter in American money. That's all she had left to her name, y'all. And Jesus was impressed with her. Impressed with her.
Yeah, because that was
Go ahead, Abby.
I said that was what she was having, and Jesus loved it because she saw
Right.
love of whatever she has.
That was
She don't
all
have
the
many.
money.
Mhm.
Right. That was all the money that woman had. And she gave it all to God. And Lazarus didn't get it. Because even after Jesus said to him, you knew a woman that gave 2 bits once, Lazarus was like, okay, what the heck is that versus the money, my millions or whatever. Jesus wasn't impressed by Lazarus bragging about how much money he had, but he was impressed about how much money that woman had left, and she gave it all. See, people don't think about stuff like that. It was all she had left, but she gave it all. Think about that for a second. It's a big difference between a person giving you something and a person giving you everything they got. So, go ahead, Dan.
Because believe.
What'd you say, Abby?
I said it's about belief and faithfulness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're not a believer and you don't be faithful to what you have, you can't give even if it is much or you have more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave.
Okay. All right. So this bragging that a lot of preachers do to show that they got prosperity and you can have it too is a fruit that we got to watch out for. That hey, they not men of God, or they're not talking like men of God, or maybe what they therefore is suspect. Okay, here we go.
As the Father have loved me, so have I loved you. I just imitated him. I just acted like him. As he poured into me, I poured into you. So have I loved you. So have I loved. The Father have loved me vulnerably, totally, completely, unashamedly. Even though I wrapped up in sinful flesh and took on the form of a servant, his love didn't lessen because of my form. Why is your love so conditional? Continue ye in my love. Real men pour in. Father, in the name of Jesus, I thank you first of all for the fathers. I thank you for the mothers. I thank you for all the sisters and brothers as we celebrate fathers specifically today. I pray that you might use me as an instrument to encourage, instruct, inspire, renew, increase. Thank you, Lord, for having an open conversation about fatherhood, because for many of us, the only model we have of father comes from your word. And you taught us when we pray to say our Father. And you define what fatherhood is to us, because some of us have never been close to a model. There are women in this room that cannot deal with husbands because they didn't have daddies. There are men in here that cannot be fathers because they've never been fathered. I pray that over the next few moments that some glimmering of hope, some glistening, flickering light of enlightenment would so touch them that a seed is planted in their heart. I believe you for miracles. Have your way, oh God, in Jesus' name, amen. You may be seated.
Okay, well.
Sorry, Max. I don't like interrupting and stopping in the middle of a prayer.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, you said some good stuff right there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's not anything I haven't talked about. You know, I think it's why I blame the father. That's why I blame the black man for everything. Look at the destruction that you caused. There are women out there that can't be good wives to their husbands because they've never had a father. There are men out there who can't be husbands because they don't have a father. Look at all the destruction you caused by not being in that home raising your children. Okay. Well, anyway, that's it for me tonight, y'all. I'm getting ready to take it down. It is late, and looks like everybody's pulling out from the chat, Dame. So I don't know if that's from the content or whatever. But thank y'all for letting me come up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna take my due. I'm going to leave, and super chats are working now.
Mm-hmm.
So people feel free to donate, hit the super chats. But anyway, y'all take it easy. Peace, power, and unity. I'm out of here.
Okay. Yeah. There is that issue with men's not being in the home, and he addresses that, and he even addresses a part about okay, you don't. It's not your fault that your father wasn't in the home, but okay, and that you wasn't raised with your father, but that does not excuse you not to learn from God Himself, the Father. Learn from Him to be a father. He addresses all that. You was gonna say something, Abena? Abena? Okay then. All right. So yes, he's gonna address all that. And he got some good points. As I said,
I think that's all we have said so far. Whatever you and Black. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You just muted yourself, Abena. Okay, all right then. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna address all that, and he's not putting it on black women. He's not. He's addressing the men, and he has what he's trying to say. And you're gonna see
No,
that
I
there's a
said
whole bunch of. Mhm. Okay, you're gonna see there's a whole bunch she said before, and there's gonna be some more afterwards that was left out, and it make it a lot clearer. Mhm. Okay, I think we're dealing with a little bit of a delay. All right, here we go.
Seated in the presence of God. Let's go to work. Everything begins with fatherhood. The whole Bible begins with fatherhood. It starts out with a father that we call God, Elohim. Elohim, El, God, Him, plural. God in many forms spoke and let there be. Now, to be totally honest and accurate, God is complete within Himself. And when I say father, I'm talking about a position, not a gender. Because He would have in essence been like a hermaphrodite, having both. He is both father and mother. He is our father, and yet He is the breasted one. He is complete within Himself, lacking nothing. In order to create, He didn't need anything. He had everything in Himself to do what He wanted done. That's why when He created Adam, He didn't have to create Eve. Because Adam was created in the likeness of God, which didn't make him a male. So when He sought a woman, God pulled the woman out of him And when Adam woke up, he said, whoa, man. Whoa, man, check it out. It's me with an opening. She's a man with a womb. I'll call her woman. The first thing he noticed about her was not her hips, lips, or fingertips. He said, she is my body. She is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. That is why the church is both the bride of Christ and the body of Christ. When God begins to create, he uses the earth as a womb, the planet as a womb, and he injected his seed in the womb of the earth. The Bible says later in Romans 8 that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain. Only a woman can travail in pain. He used the earth as a womb. He used his word as sperm. When his sperm hit the womb of the earth, he said, let there be, and there was birth. And the reason the whole creation can travail is because she has been God's womb. It started with Father God. According to the scriptures, it will end with Father God. The Bible says that Jesus will take the kingdom and commit it into the hands of the Father, and God shall be once again all in all. Oh, y'all don't hear me. What I just said might have went over your head. But what I just said walked from Genesis to Revelations. It told you how it started as one. It told you how it will all go back to one, that everything that came forth out of God will go back to God, and God shall be all in all, complete within himself, lacking nothing. That's why when we pray, we say, our Father. Everything came out of him. Real men pour in. When Adam is created and Eve is pulled out of him, he breaks the divine order, because men were designed to pour in when he started receiving from her.
Okay. I'll just stop in there for a minute. Okay. Yeah, you see, he admits that go over his head. You're not going to find exactly what he said in the Bible. There will be some people, some preacher that have an issue with that because they don't believe you should add on to Bible, you know. Yeah, but you know, and then the idea that God is both man and woman, that's a bit of a stretch for some people. They see God as male, and that's the way it should be. Even though they do have questions in the Bible where it says that let us create man in our image, created him male and female. So I guess that's his way of answering it. That's what a lot of people thought. I suspect I've heard of pastors that, you know, talk about, you know, the next step is to understand that God being a woman, but I'm jumping the gun there. And there's some believe that the Holy Spirit is the she in the Trinity, but you know, okay. So there's gonna be stuff if you ain't If you ain't been going to church, haven't been studying the Bible, going to the different Bible studies, Sunday schools, a lot of this gonna go over your head, and it's gonna make you wonder, and it might make you wonder enough to go looking in the Bible, or it might answer, okay, that give me an answer to some questions I've always had about Genesis. But but you need to study and read for yourself to know when he's out of order, or you need to pray up to God. It's like, is this correct? Go to God. God is the ultimate teacher. God, Holy Spirit, and He's there with you. All right. Let's see. Let's continue.
If Adam had not allowed Eve to pour into him, sin would have never come into the world. Sin came into the world because Adam broke the order. We were not designed to receive from women. Your self-esteem is compromised when you have to ask your wife for lunch money. I'm not saying you got to be rich. I'm not saying you got to be famous. I'm saying that you have got to be the one who pours in, not the one who takes out. When Adam started eating out of his wife's hand, sin came in because the divine order was broken. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you? And Adam all of a sudden has
Okay. So on that part, he's trying to tell men, you are supposed to be the provider. You're supposed to be providing for the woman. The woman is not supposed to be providing for you. That's where he's supposed to give. He's supposed to pour, not take. For those guys that's hopping on, what she brings to the table. No. It's what you bring to the table. You're providing. She's just she's not supposed to be bringing to the table. No, you're supposed to be bringing to the table. Yeah.
Because
You're supposed to be.
You need to bring it. Even the Bible have said it. You're the man, you need to provide. You don't need to sit back and watch the woman to provide. No, that's not a job of what even the Creator said.
Yeah. So when you take her on a date, you're supposed to pay for dinner to show that you can provide for her and any children that you have. If you're boo-hooing about paying for the date, then you should not be dating. You should be working on yourself until you are able to provide without it breaking you. Yeah. So, of course, they didn't pay attention to that part. They don't talk about that part. Oh, no. They don't want to get on that. Yeah. So those men who want multiple wives, but they're not working. The wife is working. She's bringing all the income in. Oh, hell no. You out of order. Whether it was okay for you to have multiple wives or not, you are to provide for every one of them. They are not to provide for you. You're supposed to be giving. You're supposed to be pouring in. You're supposed to be taken care of. So, as usual, Mac's been telling y'all this stuff. That's what men are supposed to do. The men are supposed to take care of. That's why it's stupid for you to be asking women what they bring to the table. And then you insist that she bring tangibles, which is what you bring. He's gonna. Okay, yeah. So So yeah, I guess me and Avenar's on the same side. You see, the Bible been telling y'all that. Commandments are telling y'all that. God been telling y'all that. That's why Adam was the one that brought sin. Eve, she can take it, eat it, offer it to you, all you want. But if you don't go, where the hell you got this from? This is not something I brought to you. Where did this come from? If he did any of them things, that's why T.D. Jakes said what he said. That's why it's always the fall from the garden, kicking out of God was never Eve's fault. It wouldn't happen if he had. And when God came to him and he said he ate, he said, I told you. God told him he was supposed to tell Eve. Okay. All right. Now let's continue on to see where he was going with this.
Allowed the curse to come because he stopped pouring. Women, be careful about pouring too much into us. We are designed to pour into you. And you are designed to take what we pour into you and increase it and make it better. You increase it, you appreciate it, and you multiply it. This breaks all sociological orders of the culture we're living in now.
Okay. Now, he's finna get into that other area. But you see, what women bring is not tangible. We're supposed to take what the man brings, make it better, increase it. But we're not the, and he's telling women, this is what he's talking to women. Be careful how much you pour into us. Because men weren't designed for us to pour in them, smother them, be that overly helpful. I mean, not to help them, not in that way. So we to help, we are pouring, we to pour into them very, very little. We to pour in the parts of us that we can, that would help him, but not to the point that he stopped pouring. That's what he's talking about. Stop pouring, stop working, and that they're knocking the disorder. They're creating a curse, which is what we're seeing now. We got good gobs of men who talking about they're not pouring into women. They're not providing for women. They're not protecting for women. They asking her what she brings and stuff like that. But then they get mad if she's doing more or she's making more. Mm-hmm. What do you say to what he was just talking about, Abaddon?
Okay, I think what I was thinking, I'm gonna say about what he was talking about is true, but in some way too, if you being as a man, even though all the cases been coming, and we know that the man is supposed to provide, the man is supposed to support the women, here's the case that we have to have the upper hand on the men, not only the men alone. So for me, I think what he is preaching or what he is telling the men, that is true. And that is something that he needs to do to make the men improve in their spirituality very well, because they've been coming weak and weak and weak.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, dokie. Well, it seems Abana is just seem to be the two of us. It was suggested that shut it down and give up. I ain't giving up, but it is kind of late, so I guess I'm gonna do a conversation with Lady Dame to finish this off. But he's coming to the point where that snippet come in. Let me just play this one point, and then we're gonna close it down.
Play that one. Play it.
All right. We're just gonna play this. Just gonna play this last bit, and then we're gonna shut it down.
Okay.
Because we are raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, nasty, mean, aggressive, hateful, possessive you are, and you are climbing the corporate ladder, but we are losing our families. I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning. The conversation has become, let's prove to the men how dispensable they are. And it is born out of pain because we hurt you and betrayed you and lied to you and cheated to you. And you became like you became out of pain. But watch what is born out of pain. Benoni can never be king, only Benjamin. That is born out of pain is the way you cope with disorder. Insist for better out of me rather than replacing me. Oh, Lord. I told you they wasn't going to like this, Jesus. Let's go from the scriptures to anatomy. Anatomically, men pour in. Life begins when men pour in. We were designed to pour in. You were designed to preserve what is poured in. As it is in the physical, so it is in the spiritual. We are designed to pour in. My wife's brother got sick the other day.
Okay, there's still more, but you see, you got the chance to hear the rest of it that they left out. That is men, the reason why women are being raised to be men. They allowed the environment, they allowed the contemporary world outside of the community to dictate what women should be like. They stopped pouring. Oh shit! I lost my train of thought.
No, in this particular sermon that he made, even though in the beginning he was telling us more things, he gave us advice, he put the men into their right position that they need to be. when you come into this particular on that people are using against him because they listen to it, but they don't understand. People don't go back to the Bible and read to find any information about it. So they were thinking, okay, if you call yourself a pastor or a man of God, this is not how you have to advise the men. This is not how you have to pull the men in the right direction now. You have different kind of ways more to tell the man, hey, this is what you need to do. For him saying this, make his words or other things that he said good has returned to bad. Because he didn't use all both sides, either the women or the men. He could have used both sides, and everybody would see like, oh wow, he is talking against, he's directing us, he's teaching us, he wants us to be on this particular place or this particular position.
So if I'm hearing you right, even though it sounds good, he's not really teaching, or he's not teaching enough men what they need to do.
Exactly.
Okay. So just enough to gather their interest, but not enough to really teach them anything. Okay. And maybe that's why they took the snippet where it seemed like he's chastising the women about the things that they say, or supposedly say about not needing them, and they running away with that and ignoring the other stuff where he is telling them, hey, it's your fault. It's our fault. We, us, men, because we're raising our women to be men. Whether we're doing it deliberately because of what we see out there with other men in the world, or it's not being there and stuff like that. Or yeah, I see what you're talking about. But as you said, there's still a lot more to go. About another 30 minutes to go, and since nobody is of interest, but I am going to bring this up again because I still believe they didn't listen to the whole thing, and they got selective on it. But as for right now, we're gonna just call it a night, okay, Abena?
Okay.
Yeah, just me, you, and somebody in the cloud in here right now. All right. Okay, everybody. Peace, power, and unity. For those who's going to see the playback, let's go ahead and end this. We'll catch you another time. All right. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Let's end with some music.